Okay. I'm wondering how much this new mic stand is going to make things better. Okay. What's up, Isaac? How you doing? That's good, man. Getting everything set up right now. Okay, I forgot the last part. Hold on. This is important. Fuck, wrong button. Doing live control room. Come on. Going. There it goes. Okay. That should do it. That should be everything. I got my new mic stand finally set up, and by new I mean I bought this like months ago, and it just never installed it or never set it up because I was like, I'm going to need to clean my desk off a lot to make this fit, and I finally decided to do it. So hopefully this will cut down on the noise of the fact that it would like bounce, because that one had just like open springs. and anytime I slightly moved anything, which so hopefully they'll cut down on that noise a little bit. And it's positioned in a better spot for me. So now when I have full range of motion of my right hand and left hand because it's coming from behind the desk, not the side of the desk. Actually, you know, I'm gonna do a quick replay and see how it sounds for myself. I'm hoping it cuts down on some of that that just bouncy noise. It up because I was like, I'm going to need to clean my desk off a lot to make this fit. And I finally decided to do it. So hopefully this will cut down on the noise of the fact that it would like bounce, because that one had just like open springs, and anytime I slightly moved anything, which so hopefully it'll cut down on that. Okay, let's try this again. Well, I didn't say anything since I just... I'm fucking stupid. Let's try this one more time. Oh. Okay, let's try this again. Well, I didn't say anything since I just... I'm fucking stupid. Let's try this one more time. That's not bad. I feel like there's still a bit better... Actually, I'm gonna try some real quick. What if I do this? Now I'm talking straight into it. Like it's right here. Like if I have my mouth right here and I'm talking down into it. Because I don't remember, different types of microphones, they pick up the noise better on different spots, yes. And I don't remember where. Like if I have my mouth right here and I'm talking down into it. And then I'm going to put it up right here. So I'm talking directly into it. And see how that feels. I am talking directly into this microphone. And I want to see what's better. Bear with me, guys. I am talking directly into this microphone. Oh, I hate that. And I want to see what's better. Okay, so I'm going to talk into the top of the microphone instead, and that sounds better to me. What do you guys think? When it's positioned right here instead? The microphone instead, and that sounds better to me. What do you guys think? There's just this there's this staticiness to it that I hate. Like it's like this reverberation that I hate, and I don't know what's causing that. I kind of want to get rid of it. I honestly don't know how. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. I'll figure that out later. Some of it's shit I can edit out in post. It's fine. Or not really edit out, but I can improve in post. When I do videos, at the least. But I just don't... I want it to sound better when it's live, too, but... I think it's just also I hate my own voice. So I tend to critique it a lot. Hey, what's up, Perrin? How you doing? I do have water, good. Thirsty. I'm a thirsty bitch. What you up to, Perrin? How you doing today? Ooh, who is Bud? Hi, Bud. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and give you the benefit of the doubt with that spelling that you're trolling me. But I might cry. I might be forced to cry. Also, I'm not super pedantic with spelling. I honestly don't care. I'm just kind of being a dick right now. Being a little bit of a dickling. What am I doing right now? I wasted a boost, I know that. Oh, I already have two Nuka-Cola Quantums. Killer Cryptid's not hard, but also, meh. Should I get an epic out of this? Son of a bitch. Can I do bulk leather? Fuck. I might be able to do bulk leather. Let's see. But first, let me do the math real quick to see if it's worth it to use a boost. I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not worth it to get a boost. I need to get to level. I need to get to level 85 before I get the next bonus. So I might as well save my boost for tomorrow, when the weeklies reset. Okay, where's my camp? Here's my camp. Why are you near my camp? I should destroy yours. Ooh, actually, you know what? I want to see something. Fuck! Oh my god. That one there, and eat this one. I wonder... Here's what I'm about to see. I know there's the trick that people use where you can, there's a trick people use where you can use missile turrets and put them near someone's base and get it to shoot into their base and it does damage to it. But I wonder if that'll also work with artillery. So I'm going to be a little bit of a dick right now. But that's what he gets for having a camp near mine. But how does it sound right now? With, like, the way I reposition the mic, how does it sound? Does it sound worse, better, the same? Okay, here's her follower. And try to buy some stuff from them before I fuck them over. Potentially. It might not do anything. Sounds normal? Okay. None of your shit's useful to me, and you deserve this. Run. I want to see. Why did it go all the way over there? What the fuck? Okay, okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. There it goes. All I was gonna do? And I want to open BP voice chat with him. Hey man, sorry. I wanted to test to see if artillery could do damage to other people's camps. So no hard feelings. We okay? We okie day? Hmm? Oh. Oh, so you're just combat logging. That's a pretty big reaction, bud. I mean, I am being an asshole right now. Anyways. Okay. So it turns out artillery can, in fact, damage other people's camps, and they don't like it when you do that. Who the fuck sent me a whisper? Oh, Feisty did. Okay. We'll see.
Oh, my stamina is nothing.
I hear bees.
Yeah, I think there's a lot here on this planet. Oh, you mean like there? Oh, why? Why? What?
Okay. Sorry, someone sent me one of their clips that we were talking about it on stream the other day, so. But yes, today is my anniversary as a affiliate on Twitch. So I will eventually do my lore drop about my worst boss. But in the meantime, ask me anything. Yay. How's everyone doing? I need to turn off that local chat. Cool. Do scrap headwear. That's easy enough. What? He's just still there. Oh. So the question we got is, which came first, the Twitch or the YouTube? Technically, let me double check it. This particular YouTube, let me double check. I want to say this particular YouTube account came after the Twitch. But I have had many YouTube accounts over the years. So my first YouTube account came... trying to see something real quick. August 22nd, 2015. So yeah, this account was created in 2015. And the very first YouTube video I posted on the Running Game Entertainment account came a few months later. But my very, very first YouTube account, hold on. I will find and I will show you one of the videos that was on my very, very first YouTube account. Oh, which one was it? I feel like there was one that came before this. Yeah, there it is. Oh god, it's so bad. Which video came first? Hold on, which one actually came first? Let's see.
Hey guys, come check this.
So there's this one that was January 20th of 2011. Oh. So, wait, actually, my very first YouTube account, has a video that has more views than any of my long form videos on my main account. So my very first YouTube account, I posted something. I didn't know what I really was going to go with it. This was really before like Let's Plays were like a super popular thing, but like a lot of people were kind of having the idea of like, oh, maybe I'll play video games and record myself and blah blah blah. And people like it, and I was super into WoW at the time. So this is the very first video I ever posted on YouTube. Whoops, wrong one. Actually, hold on, give me a second. Yeah. I recorded this playing WoW. I recorded it with Hypercam. And it was gross. It's just the WoW Easter egg where they have Nessie in the Deep Run Tram. That was the first video I ever posted on YouTube. And it has 6.4 thousand views. My best video on this current YouTube channel has 650. So clearly I was doing something right back then. To be fair, this was 16 years ago. So it's had time. Let's see, hold on. I should probably get rid of those. And then, yeah, this one.
Okay, Nature Boy. What's that?
This one is the second one I ever posted, also with Hypercam, and it has 14,000 views. And it's just the little alligator you can get in the Deep Run or in Stormwind Canals. And then let's see here. I probably should take... That one was just me being an edgy little kid. But then one of the first ones I actually ever put, like, effort into was... I don't know if you guys know who Nox is. He used to do a lot of claymations and, like, Newgrounds and stuff, and then transitioned to YouTube. But he did claymations with, like, these style claymations. So it was, like, I really loved stop motion. I used to want to be a cinematographer. I used to want to get into cinematography. So I loved Nox's Corner. I loved his claymation style and stuff like that. So I tried my own hand at it, but I didn't have good editing software. So the closest, you want at least like 12 frames per second, if not 24, to make like animation and stop motion look fluid. And the best I could, the software I was using at the time, which came free with Windows, could do is get one frame down to 0.84 seconds. So like 1.2 frames per second, essentially. But I tried it. This was the first little animation I did. I had a little webcam that I was using, a shitty little webcam that I was using to take still frames. It was really bad. And then this was one... I remember I remember this one so bad. Because I had friends over. I had friends over there spending the night, and I was just in the office, constantly doing editing, constantly doing that stuff while they were out in the other room playing video games and shit. And I'd just call them in to record voice lines every once in a while. Why can't you hear it? Did I mute it?
Hey,
Yeah.
It's me.
we should totally make that guy think he's Muhammad.
Yeah, no, really fucking stupid. But I also have one that I changed after that because I was going to go with a different YouTube channel name for a while. I was going to go with Mutant Bunny Inc. So I have the Mutant Bunny Inc. channel, and I use that for a school project. What's the black from? Came first. So I answered what came first, Twitch or YouTube. So essentially, I started trying to do YouTube first, but when it comes to running game entertainment, the Twitch channel came before the YouTube channel. The black is just from the fact that it's a hypercam, so like it was a shitty piece of software that would do this for you before like all these other softwares like Streamlabs and shit were around. Because this was like, mind you, I'm 29. This was 16 years ago, and this was when I was a kid. So there wasn't a lot of the software, and like Let's Plays and streaming wasn't really a thing at the time. I do not have the time or the skill to animate my own videos, but I would love to see some of them animated. Like if I could get with someone, if I got popular enough that there was someone that would be willing to like animate my videos, like the one that animates Distractable, or Mike Burnfire, that would be awesome. I would love because a lot of them I think would make for good animations. There's more of some of the different stories, like the Simunition story, definitely. Yeah, it hurts all my senses too. I hate it. So the name Running Game Entertainment came from the fact that initially, when I started this YouTube channel, or when I started this Twitch channel and this YouTube channel, I was in the military. I was very, very busy. I was also like pseudo-athletic. So I like to exercise a lot, and I like to do I like to do like obstacle course races, like Spartan races and stuff a lot. So athletic, and in the military and very busy. So I wanted to get a few of my friends. I had two other friends that were wanting to get into doing Let's Plays. I don't really talk to them anymore. But I had two other friends that were wanting to get into Let's Plays. So I wanted to create, what I originally wanted to do was I wanted to create a streamer group that we were all going to stream from the same channel on different days. Whatever days we had free, stream from the same channel on different days. That way we could constantly be streaming and constantly be putting out content, but it wouldn't be as much of a time burden on any one of us. That was the goal. So I wanted to come up with a name that sounded like a group. I also wanted to come up with a name that focused or at least lent like an air to the fact that I was a very like active and semi-athletic person. Like I'm not a good athlete. I'm not good at sports at all, but I run and I exercise and stuff like that. So I was workshopping a few different names. I liked the fact, and a little bit edgelordy at the time, I liked the fact, we were working on a few different things. Running Game Entertainment was one of the ones that came up. And it was going to either be Running Game or Running Gun Entertainment. And I liked that. I originally thought, oh, Running Game Entertainment, that would be really cool because the acronym would be RAGE. That's cool. You could make a lot of merch out of that. The acronym's RAGE. I forgot that there's a video game IP called Rage. And they might take issue with a streamer or a streamer group using the name Rage or using that as a marketing thing. So I ended up changing it to Range, like, a gun range or something like that. But initially, it came from the fact, Running Game Entertainment came from the fact that it was meant to sound like a group. Running Game Entertainment was meant to sound like a group of people. Because it was going to be. It was originally going to be that. And we were each going to have our own name that we were going to use, our own, like, screen name, our own username that we were going to use. And mine was going to be the High Octane Gamer, Dogger. So, in some of my earlier videos on YouTube that are currently unlisted, I made them private. Actually, I didn't make them unlisted, I made them private. So even with a link, you can't get to them. Some of my earlier videos on YouTube, I introduced myself as, "Hi, this is Running Game Entertainment, and I'm the High Octane Gamer." And I hated it. I hate it so much. But I did say that I'll either release it as a charity thing or as a subscriber account thing. I'll start releasing some or unprivating some of the old videos. If I like, or just something like as I reach certain subscriber accounts, I'll unlist or I'll make public again the most recent older video thing. So I have, hold on, how many do I have that are unlisted right now or private right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I have 20 videos right now that are privated just because they're really, really old and I'm embarrassed of them. But if I reach a certain subscriber amount or a certain donation amount for a charity or something, I'll start relisting them, start making them public again. They're bad. They're really bad, but they're from like 2015. So they are like 9 years old when I was like 20. This was before I could legally drink. Yeah, some things are dead for a reason. Ooh, that knocks out 2 of those for me. Awesome. Oh, Shiza. But yeah, the Easter egg video is just it's just from using Hypercam. And at that time, if I remember correctly, that was back when YouTube videos were formatted differently. Because now they're 1280 by 720, but I believe they used to be different. What is the old YouTube format? This might also just be my brain being weird and remembering something that's not true. But I feel like the videos used to be square. something real quick. Okay. Let me go find some super mutants to cripple. I got my sticky notes right here pulled up about my worst boss. I don't have it fully fleshed out like I planned on. Stuff just kept happening for me. I didn't have time, or like just either I didn't have time or energy, depending on the day, to actually sit down and draft it all out. But I can still do it in a kind of disorganized way and just edit it later when I want to put it on YouTube. I'll just have to be a bit more careful to make sure I don't talk about stuff that I shouldn't talk about. Come on. Who can watch the video? Oh, you talking about dead? Well, I'm gonna wait a bit anyways, just so I can like try to remember any more bullet points to do this in a slightly more organized way, you know? If I wait a little bit, if I wait until I get more into like streamer mindset, because I'm kind of just in a mood today. If I wait until I can get into a little bit more streamer mindset and get my flow going, it's just gonna be better. But also, it'll give him a chance to show up. If he doesn't show up on time, he joins halfway through, I'm not restarting, he can watch the video. Because I might just, after I'm done with stream, I might just start editing that video and have it ready for tomorrow, because tomorrow's supposed to be a video posting day. And then some other day, I'll tell the story about my second worst boss in the military, who is fairly fucking comparable, but not quite as bad. But I think not quite as bad largely because of the fact that by the time I got to that second worst boss, I'd already gone through my worst boss. So I learned how to handle that differently. I learned more effective ways to handle having a shitty boss. As well, when I was dealing with my second worst boss, I was in the process of getting medically discharged from the Navy, so I was kind of untouchable, so there's a lot of times I could just say, no, fuck you. And there wasn't much that could be done about it. I had to say, nah, fuck you, in the correct, politically correct way that you say that to your boss when you're in the military. But I was able to do that and not really have to worry about the consequences, because what are they going to do, kick me out? I'm already on my way out, bitch. Let's see. But I'm going to try to, like, as I'm playing right now, I'm trying to think of things that she did and more shit that she did. I had one that just popped in my head. The problem right now is a lot of like my notes are not organized in the way that I would like to tell the story. Just because like I don't know what the way I'd like to tell the story is yet. So it's going to be a lot of me jumping around, and then when I edit it later, I'll make it flow in a way that makes sense. As I'm thinking about it now, like it's more of the stuff is coming to me now as I'm talking to you guys than like when anytime during like the past like week or two that I've been trying like I need to think of this, I need to work this stuff out. Do I have any headboard I could scrap? Apparel, I want to keep that. I want to keep that too. So I am going to need to teleport back here. I'm going to have 2 sticky notes right now. One is just the ideas as they flow in, and one is me me trying to organize the ideas in a way that makes sense. Okay, I got plenty of that. Let's grab the honey, cooking oil, nuclear waste and waste oil. Whoop. All that, and what? That's not what I meant to do. I'm going to go over and take this guy real quick. Where is it? Where was it? There you are. I'm going to go ahead and take the Beckley whatever mine exhibition. Because that's got 3 oil pits. If I can use that to make some fucking fuel, that'd be great. Where you at? Whew. Where you at? Hey, buddies! You can just go ahead and die for me. Did I kill something that had... Ooh, is that Nuka-Cola Quantum? Ooh. Yes. Yeah, look, that song all about that bass is stuck in my damn head right now, and it's bothering the hell out of me. And one of the big reason it's stuck in my head is because the sergeant that I super hate, that boss that I super hated, fucking loved that song. And she loved that song for the most toxic reason. Because she, and here's the thing, she wasn't like particularly. She wasn't like an overweight woman or anything. She wasn't like a incredibly out of shape woman. She just wasn't an incredibly fit woman. But because of that, she had this resounding hate for anyone that was fit, to the point of such a level of toxicity that she would see like some of our fellow workers, our fellow military members leaving the gym, like particularly women leaving the gym that were, you know, fit. They were leaving the gym in their gym clothes that were fit and, you know, skinny or ripped or whatever else, and would just go on long rants about, I can't stand those skinny bitches. They're so judgmental. They're so, you know, stuck up and blah 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 blah. And like, I just wanted to say, and I couldn't, like, at this point really get away with saying this. I just wanted to say, you're the one that sounds like a judgmental bitch right now. They have done nothing to you. They have never said anything to you. That person over there has never said a damn thing to you. They're just going about their lives, pursuing something they're passionate about, and you have such a hate for them because you assume that they don't like you. Trust me, if they don't like you, it's not because you're not fit. It's because of your personality. God, I couldn't stand her. Oh, God, I just remember something fucking stupid she did. You've heard of a skill issue, now get ready for a personality issue. Basically. Oh, God, I hate her. I hate her so much. I hope when I post this video, I hope she fucking sees it. Because this woman had the audacity when she was just straight up abusing me at times to tell me, and not like in the way that the military is kind of abusive to you sometimes and it's just part of the mission, but just straight up being cruel, had the audacity to tell me one day I'd reach out to her and thank you because it would have made me stronger. I was like, no, I hate you. You are a disgusting human being. Two, 3, 4, 5. Turns out I didn't need that one. Okay. Now I'm gonna go start dropping these oil collectors that I fucking came here for in the first place. Where you at? 1 motorized butter churn, because why not? And if I can get a nodding donkey off, might as well. Generator. Now where's my oil at? Where's my oil at? America's coming for you because I need my oil. Call me the red, white, and blue because I'm about to take this oil. Other puns about America lacking oil. That wasn't even a pun. What's attacking? Well, that was fucking easy. I'm almost suspicious. Always gotta put this shit on the outskirts. generators. I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move. Do this. And then this. I'm gonna scrap all of these. I'm gonna be smart about this. And I'm gonna move all these over here. Call me the red, white, and blue, cause in the dead of the night I'ma take it from you. Okay. Listen. You're right, but also. Tomato, potato. Exactly, he gets it. And dead of the night, cried Mo. In the midnight air, I cried Mo. Meow, meow, meow. I don't know what I'm doing. Fucking brain dead, holy shit. The Lila Show. Hello, how are you? Welcome. You're a first-time chatter. May I ask how you found us? I swear to God, if you're trying to sell me something, you're not gonna. I'm not a customer. You're wasting your time. But if not, then hello. Gotcha. Okay. I figured that might be it. Generally, the bots don't have great names, and Lila Show actually sounds like a not bot name. But you never know. But hello, how are you doing? Welcome. My name's Runga. Or Zach, depending on your political affiliation, I guess. In the midnight hours, she cried, Mo. I Runga or Zach, that's fair. A rather aggressive introduction. Listen, man, you stream long enough and you get, like, I would put money on the number being somewhere around 90% of the people that are first-time chatters are either bots or an actual person trying to sell something. I had someone that kept showing up to my streams for a while, and I knew they weren't a bot because they were actually having conversations with me. And, like, after the first stream, they showed up to the second stream, and then immediately started, hey, I messaged you something on Discord, and it was just constantly trying to sell me something. They'd show up to stream for, like, 30 minutes and interact a little bit, and then after every stream, like, do you get the chance to see if you wanted any of my art? Did you want any of my art? Did you want any of it? Did you? Did you want it? Are you sure you don't want it? And it's just like, no, I'll find an artist if I need an artist. Like right now, I'm talking to Orange about doing art for me. I will find it when I need it. Don't go to a streamer's stream and ask them if they want to buy something from you because they don't. Hello, Lila. Sorry, that was an odd... Yeah, you're right. That was a very aggressive way to introduce myself. But today is my 1-year anniversary as a Twitch affiliate, and we're gonna be doing a little bit of an AMA for it, as well as I'm gonna be... There's a lore dump I'm gonna be doing about my worst boss I ever had when I was in the military. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. So the ones I got for... Hold on. Ow! Fuck! The ones I got for here are this. God damn it. Bam, bam. Bam. I'm looking to get more done. Oh my god. Who are you working for? What's up, Colleen? How you doing? In the midnight hour, she cried, mo, mo, mo. That's good. You guys over being sick? I know Des told me you and David both got sick, and I'm fine as of now. Like I didn't get really like sick at all, so I might have just lucked out. Where the fuck? Okay, I got that. I'm not gonna bother taking the air for it because it's a pain in the ass. Let me get some oil up real quick. I need to make a headwear and scrap it too. That part kind of flows into this. I'm slowly organizing my notes about this fucking bitch. David wasn't sick. I was only sick for today. I caught it in time, being able to wipe it out before it went out. Gotcha. I thought she had said both of you got sick. But no, Des is like spent the weekend pretty sick. But I somehow managed to avoid anything. I say as I sneeze my fucking lungs out. In the midnight hour, I cried, mo, mo, mo. She's feeling better now. She was just having a rough go of it. Like, she slept, what was it? She slept most of Saturday. She ended up skipping work Friday because she just was not feeling well. Slept most of Friday, and then slept most of Saturday. And then was surprised that she couldn't get to sleep later. Like, she slept all day. It's like, I didn't get any sleep last night. It's like, yeah, because you spent the entire day sleeping. It's gonna happen. Okay. Let's see if I can get some... You get a headwear? Let's see how much fuel I can make. I need to put my ammo smith first. I don't want to open another pack. Stop it. Ammo smith. I already have super duper on. Excuse me. She cries, mo, mo, mo. With a rebel yell, she cried, meow, 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 meow. Weapons workbench, armor workbench. Which one? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like that one. I'm honestly surprised that one's not doing better in terms of views. So I figured people would love that one. My worst roommate right now is the best storytelling one I did. The one that like at least has done the best. I'm surprised more people like that one didn't take off more. I have more stories about like dickish customers, like if I really thought about it, but those were the ones that like popped to mind. And I love the number of people in the short version of it. That's where I got more comments. But in the short version of that, the number of people that were trying to, like, a few of them defend people being shitty to retail workers and to customer service people. And it's like, no, there's no. All you're doing is outing yourself as the problem. All like when you try to defend, like, well, blah 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 blah. Maybe you should just blah blah blah. Like, no, you're just openly admitting that you're the problem. You're the exact type of person I'm talking about. Fun. With a rebel yell, she cried, meow, 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 meow. Okay, hold on. What was I doing? I did all that. Scrap junk to produce leather. Today's dailies were super fucking easy. Like, I could drink 5 alcohols. That's easy. Legitimately, who can't drink 5 alcohols? What was I supposed to do? Bulk. Fuck. Bulk. Leather. Bam. Did someone just message me? Nope. I don't know what that noise was then. Shit. Okay, what else do I... There's one left. Alcoholic beverages. I'm gonna get crunk tonight. Bam. That was super fucking easy. Holy shit. And then that's the only one I need to do there. I'm so very... Let's see if I can get that done just so I start tomorrow at level 3. Or at level 84. Very stark difference between those two. How much more experience do I need? A lot. Let's see. Are there any events happening? No. There's no hourly events going on right now, which is kind of upsetting. Why am I over encumbered? Because I'm not in my power armor, because I'm dumb. I love peanut butter M&Ms. Guilty pleasure. Also, I skipped part of my breakfast today because I just got distracted, didn't prepare anything. Fuck, I hate this one, but let's do it. Let's fucking roll. Okay, hold on. I need to deposit some shit. Okay. If I'm gonna do this one, I need... Or rather, at the very least, I want... I do have a carry weight booster. Awesome. I'm gonna grab so many 40mm grenades. See if I can make some more. No, I'm not gonna make some more. Okay, I got this. I know exactly what I'm doing. I got this. I got my carry weight booster on. Bam, here. Grenade launcher. I'm not going to bother the mini nukes. Oh, we already got so many participants. Okay, that's good. That's good. I hate this one. Because it started out apparently as a glitch that they just never decided to patch. But the big boss has full 100% armor piercing. And does a lot of damage, so he'll just one-shot you for no reason. Let's go. Fuck. Why didn't that reload? Okay. Fuck! Help. Friend. Thank you. I love you. Well, that was fucking quick. That was disappointingly quick. Here I was talking about how obnoxious this mission is, and just kind of ended like that. I feel like I'm a liar now. I feel like I misled you guys. Please believe me, this is normally much more of a pain in the ass. Go away. Everyone can just fuck off. Right? I'm sorry. I've betrayed you guys' trust. I already have one of these. I'm gonna scrap it and hopefully unlock some more stuff. I'm gonna put that little fedora, fuck, in there. You can go back in there. Gonna go drop off those 40. I wasted a carry weight booster on this. I could have just walked in there and sat around for 2 seconds and gotten the win. Normally you're overwhelmed with robots, which is why I wanted the grenade launcher. I was just gonna handle crowd control. And that fucking thing is like kills you so quickly. Like, the only build that's good against it is one that's just high endurance and has a lot of the perks that are just, like, avoid damage. Because those ones don't have you wear armor anyways. Like, you're not allowed to have armor on, or at least power armor on, if you're using one of the I just ignore damage perks. Let's go to Mrarg. So you know what? We're going to do line in the sand. Because I have this anyways. Wrong one. Blue. Well, it'll be cool. Maybe the mutant ones are that might be what's going on the hourlies. It might be the mutant events happening on the hourly. That would make sense. Oh my god. What are you doing? Is anyone else coming? No. Okay, I'll check back in a minute. I do need to get my Enclave level up. Let's see. Let me put my sticky notes back up, see if I can continue. I'm going to be using the load screens to organize this story a bit more. Excuse me. Exit room. Yeah, okay. Hello. Let's go. It's the man, the myth, the legend, me! You're right, Pancake. You are a man. You are a myth. And you are a legend. But not necessarily for good reasons. Where you at, motherfuckers? Hold on. Bam. Stop it. Where you at? 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 Bam. Fuck you, Batman. Shit. Help. Okay, I'm just gonna die. That wasn't a smart decision I made right there. Oh, hi. Ohio. Wha, 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 wha. If that hits anyone. I want that back, thank you. For a while, I was planning on completely speccing for explosives because of this. I got this gun that has a double shot grenade launcher, but just the sheer amount of ammo or weight that the ammo takes made it very prohibitive. But then you get the cremator, and that's like, yes. But this is really advantage during like some of those events where they're just getting bum rushed by a bunch of shit, because you can just start throwing this at things and it'll in random directions, and you'll have done damage to pretty much everything on the field, so you'll get loot from basically everything on the field. Oh, just gonna loot everything. What? Where are they at? Oh, hi. Go away. My gun's bigger than yours. Fuck, it's brokener than yours too. Hey, can you stop real quick, please? Can you stop? You're about to be stopped. You're about to be stopped hardcore. What? How you doing, Pancake? Good. You doing good? Fuck. Just need to get one hit off it before anyone else kills it. There you go. Another legendary Superman. Jesus Christ. There you go. Finish that. My Enclave reputation better now. Oh my god. Come on, come on, come on. Get your ass over here, bitch. Okay, hold on, scrappy scrap. 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's right. I need to sell a lot of shit to what's her nuts. Where the fuck is this other one? You know what? If it's not this one, and if it's not immediately nearby, I'm not gonna chase it fucking down. I'm gonna go back to Murg right now so I can sell some stuff. Of course. Well, there you are. You stand still for 2 seconds, please? Please? Just stand fucking still. Let me shoot you. Let me kill you, friend. This is what I hate about fighting the fucking Scorch Beasts, is they just, like, randomly fly away. It's like, cool, I have to wait for you to come back now. And they'll come back. Like, I've had so many times I've tried to teleport away, and they'll come back at the last second. And then hit me right before I get to teleport out. Because if you're in combat, it'll delay your teleportation sometimes. If you're about to get hit, so you're not, like, combat teleporting. Okay. Anything else I need to get rid of? Not there. Oh, you know what? I want to go do that excavator one real quick. Are both of my excavator arms left arms? Yep. So I need to make everything but a left arm. Oof. Oh, God. Oh, God, that hurt. Ah, there you go. Bam. That back. Is there anything else? What am I still holding on to that's so heavy? Oh, whoops. Because it didn't drop that. Now, where is the one with the mine? Toggle active. Let me pop out one of my power armor chassis. So I have so fucking many of them. Power armor chassis. Excavator left arm. Modify repair. Nope, not that one. Fuck. Collect. Craft. Craft. It's not going to work. Are you not going to... What the hell's going on? I crash it? No, because stream's still fine. It's something with Fallout. It's really weird. What's going on? Okay, is it gonna... What the fuck is going on? Okay. Gonna quit out, rejoin. What do you mean the tabs? What are you talking about? I'm very confused. You see when I'm opening tabs? What? Oh, gotcha. The opera sound. Got it, got it, got it. Fuck. We're out there. Craft. There you go. That worked. Let me transfer this to you. Now I just need to make the rest of it. I can't make the rest of it. I'm not going to make it at level 25 because I don't care. I have plenty of black titanium. What am I missing out on? Oil. How am I missing out on... Fuck, I forgot to collect the oil! I didn't forget to be for this. It's not my fault this time. I kind of had to bounce out of the server because it wasn't fucking working. But son of a bitch, that's annoying. Every time I go to set up a thing to collect oil or anything from a workshop, I always forget to collect it. Ooh. I just need a left leg and a right leg. How much oil do I need for that? I'm gonna need 18 more oil. So wait, hold on. Do I already have? What's happening here? Why did I have 2 of these? Okay, maybe if I scrap these 2, it'll get... No, it didn't give me any oil back. But you can stay there. Okay. Ugh. I should have gotten a fucking energy drink. I'm tired. Where can I go get some oil real quick? I mean, I could just go here and kind of steal it without taking the actual workshop. Mixing up my noodles and my chicken in my little pot right here for lunch. Hooah! Gotta... Yes. Gotta stay fueled to say swole, as they say. You know what they say. I don't know if this... Welcome back. I missed you so much. It crashed the moment I sent my first... Well, that... You didn't hear me shit-talking you. Which is only a mild amount of shit-talking, but you know... Now you never know what I say, and you're not gonna know what I say, unless... I guess I do post the VODs on YouTube, so... You could know what I was gonna say. But nonetheless. I don't want your thing, I just want to loot this real quick. I just want the oil. I just need the oil to complete this quest. Leave me alone. But how you doing, Pancake? Oh, can you get more than that? Fuck. How much waste oil do I have now? 5. That's not enough. That's not enough. A lot of times it doesn't let me do that. Sometimes it doesn't let me combat log. Or combat whatever. Why are you tired, Pancake? Why aren't you all energetic and pancake-like? You know how pancakes be, jumping around the plate. Trying to say pot and plate at the same time. It didn't work, but I tried. That's what matters. What am I looking for? I'm looking for junk. You don't got any. What notes do you got? Give a fuck about any of this. Food and drink. Food. Aid. Don't like that. Grounded security contingency to helpful fancy weapons is reduced. I actually kind of like this one. I think I already have this one. I also like this one. I might already have it, but I'm going to buy it anyways. Lila Show wants me to hydrate. I can do that. Let me find the thing so I can actually redeem it. There you are. Okay, you ready for this, Lila? Just for you, I'm going to do a big sip. Big sip. Finally, this thing gets up to heat. My noodles are cooking. My noodles are cooking. My chicken's warming up, and I forgot to pre-cook the onions. So hopefully they get well and cooked in here. But if not, it'll be fine. Yes. I'm speed. I'm speed. Whee! Yeah, you got the big sip, Lila, since it's your first time. Gotta make the first time big. You know how it is, everyone's first time super big. Your first sip. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. I'm fucking out of it. I am something today, and it's something. That's for damn sure. I just need to get some oil so I can make my fucking excavator armor and finally get rid of that quest. Hey, good shit. Which one that one's for? That's for getting a certain number of people chatting all at the same time? I think. Might be wrong. What's that one for? $50 followers and 5 people talking. That's good. Good shit, man. On Twitch, they have, like, achievements you can do to just, like, show what kind of progress you're making as a streamer. And build a community as 50 people, 50 followers and 5 people talking. Like, I remember how psyched I was when I got that. And then when I finally got the next level up, which is getting, like, 15 people talking. I was like, oh my god. And I remember watching it. I saw, like, there's 14 people in my chat, and, like, 10 of them were talking. And then I got to the point where it's like 19 people in my chat, but 10 of them were still talking. I was like, okay, real quick, everyone, if you want me to continue, if you want me to keep playing this game, I'm going to need everyone to say at least one word right now. Because I need to get this achievement. Let's see. There's no oil here. Or there. Or there. Or there. I need oil, guys. I need oil. Well, there might be some more back at my thing right now. Because I'm on an oil vein. I'm on an oil seep. There might be a little bit back in my whatever. Yeah, this isn't going to cook the onions without overcooking everything else. Fuck. Next time I'll put the onions on first. Let that cook for a minute. But my noodles are done. I just have to wait for them to cool down so I can actually eat them without scalding myself. Cooking oil. Inch of you is perfect from the bottom to the top. Worry about your size. Boys like a little more booty to hold at night. Which I love how much she talks about body positivity, but actively hates on anyone that's not her type of body. Like, that's not really body positive, is it? Being pro body positive by, like, degrading and insulting people that have more typically considered fit bodies is not body positivity. You're still being negative. You're just being negative about a different thing. Wait, what's a chef skill issue? Oh, the fact that I fucking screwed up. No, I'm a good cook, motherfucker. I forgot yesterday when I was doing my meal prep to pre-cook them. Because I do my meal prep, I cook everything, I put it in these little containers right here, and then I pop it into this little skillet to heat them up. I just forgot to do the onions. That's not skill, that's forgetfulness, that's ADHD. Don't you microaggress me by judging me for my ADHD. How dare you, Perrin? You're so canceled right now. You're so canceled right now. That's what I thought. Me and all my 246 followers, most of which don't even remember that I exist anymore, are gonna tell people about you. That's for damn sure. Burp. Okay, hold on. Just give me... There you go. A little bit more waste oil. Oh, shit. Who was that? Oh, the Lila Show phone. 247 now. Perrin. You're not even going to be able to handle this right now. Be prepared. Be prepared for the Yelp review of a lifetime, Perrin. Mm-hmm. We'll see. This fucking song is stuck in my head now. I'm gonna need to get this worst boss story done with soon so I can get that song out of my head. Okay. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be organized. I'll be talking to chat. We're talking to chat. This is an AMA. Feel free to ask questions, but I'm waiting for the waste oil to be processed. And I'm gonna be organizing my story here a little bit. Do you remember the 21st night of September? I don't. What was I doing in September of last year? I was probably streaming. There's a 5 out of 7 chance that I was streaming. What is the most dangerous or life-threatening thing that I've done? There's a lot of stupid shit that I've done. So that one's kind of hard. If you're talking about things that like I've specifically done that have almost killed me, then probably like a lot of stuff on four-wheelers. I grew up riding four-wheelers as a kid, and we have land in the mountains. We'd ride them on the mountains, and there have been a lot of times when like I've been in situations where like I almost got knocked off a mountain a few times. Got chased by a mountain lion once. So there's that. Those are probably the ones that are the most like things that I've done that have been the most dangerous. Like that situations that I put myself that have been the most dangerous have usually been in the mountains doing stupid stuff. I rolled down at one point I literally rolled down a mountain. I was at the top of one side of the mountain. My dad wanted to send me back to the cabin to grab something from the cabin while him and the boys hung out at the top side of the mountain. And I was younger, so I was the gopher. So I got on his four-wheeler because mine didn't have a pack on the back that you could load stuff into. So I got on his four-wheeler that was much bigger than the one I was used to, and turned differently. So I'm going down the mountain on this like S-shaped trail down the mountain, and I turn hard just a little bit. What would have been fine and perfect for the four-wheeler I'm used to, turn hard just a little bit, and this four-wheeler goes completely sideways, kicks me off it, and then starts rolling down the mountain chasing me. And every time, so I'm rolling, I'm forcing myself to roll because the sheer up is right here, and the sheer cliff down is right there. So I can't get out of the way by going this way because there's just a wall there, and I can't get out of the way by going this way because I'll roll down the entire mountain and probably die. So I'm just like pushing myself further and further down the mountain, and every time I look up, this fucking four-wheeler is right above me. And like I'm like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And finally I get to a part of the mountain where there's just enough edge to the side that I could roll into that. And then so I twist real hard and I push myself into that, and the four-wheeler lands and does one last turn and lands right next to me. Right where I was just a second ago. And I'm just like, oh, fuck. Because I thought I was going to die. So that's probably like a situation that I've put myself in that was the most life-threatening. I've had people pull guns on me about 5 times in my life. Like, in the civilian world, pull guns on me about 5 times in my life. Those were fairly life-threatening situations, but that's not something I did so much as something that happened to me. Like the first time I was 7, the first time I've had someone pulled a weapon on me, I was 7, walking home from school, and one of the neighbors, like a few blocks down, just didn't like 2 kids, me and my brother, walking home from school in his neighborhood, so pulled a gun on us. I ran to the house as fast as I could. And then the next time I was 14, I was up in the mountains again. We're riding on our land, but our land was close to someone else's land, and then there's like a road right in between, like a dirt road in between our two. So we're coming out of a part of our land, and the guy that owned the other part of land was waiting for the part of the trail where we would come out of. And mind you, we're still on our land, and he has a big-ass revolver on his hip, and the moment like I pop out of there, like I'm one of the first guys out, the moment I pop out, he pulls it out and aims it at us. We just kind of got the fuck out of there. Another guy pulled one on me up there because he didn't like the fact that I pulled onto his road because I was looking for someone. My grandfather was lost as far as I knew, so I pulled up to see. And as far as I knew at this point, we had a good relationship with this dude. I pull up to see, like, hey, have you seen my papa? Get the fuck out! He pulls a gun. Get the fuck off my property! Blah blah blah. I was like, oh, okay, I'm out. Had a dude pull a gun on me when I was in Florida. I was driving home from Miami Beach, trying to get on the highway. I merge onto a road because this guy's not wanting to let me over, but I have to get onto this turn lane. I'm in downtown Miami. I have to get onto this turn lane in order to get onto the highway where I need to go. So I merge into that lane, and he starts chasing me down and real quick get onto the highway. He starts chasing me down the highway with a gun, pulls up beside me a few times. So I'm just like, I scream at my girlfriend, get your head down, keep your head down, and I get us out of there, and eventually I'm like swerving myself between traffic to get away from there. And then when I was PCSing between commands, I went home to visit my family for a few weeks. And very ironically, I was getting back from the DMV. Because when I was in Florida, I let my driver's license expire because if you're military out of state, you don't have to have your driver's license up to date. So I'd let my driver's license expire, but I went to the DMV when I was visiting so that I can get my driver's license renewed so I could buy a handgun, because I just recently turned 21. Or I recently turned 22, actually. So I could buy a handgun. I just got my driver's license, but I haven't gotten the handgun yet. And I pull up to a stop sign, and as I'm waiting there, some dude jumps out of his car and then bangs on the side of my window with a pistol. I still had a bunch of stuff because I was moving, so I still had like a bunch of stuff in my car, like my PlayStation, my computer, and just a bunch of shit. So he like bangs on the side of my window with just big black pistol, and starts going, roll your window down. And I was like, oh shit, hit the gas and got the hell out of there. He jumps into his car, starts chasing me. Starts chasing me down the road. So like, and these are like back roads with not a lot of people on it, so it's hard for me to use. Like when I was in Florida and this happened, I was able to use other cars to put between us. I couldn't put any cars between us, so he's just chasing me the whole way, and I'm thinking, okay, I got two options here. I can either go to the police station in my small town, drive to the police station in my small town, and there very likely not be any police officers there because, again, it is a small town, or my buddy's got his FFL, he's got his own gun shop, they're always open carrying in their shop. I can go to his place, let them know that this dude's chasing me, give him a description. If that guy pops in the store, he's going to have a really bad time. So that's what I did. I was already going to buy a gun anyways. So I was like, yeah, I popped into my buddy's shop. I said, hey, two things. One, I just got chased by a dude with a gun. Two, I'm looking to buy a gun. And he's like, okay, cool. And because it was Pennsylvania, within 20 minutes, I had a gun, and I had applied for my concealed carry permit. So those were the 5 times, like, very dangerous situations I was in that weren't my choice, that I didn't do anything to cause, as far as I knew. I still have no clue. Like, the only thing I can think of why that guy chased me, was because I had so much shit in my car, he was hoping something was worth it. And you could clearly see the PlayStation 4 in my car. And I guess the PlayStation 4 is still very new. Like, you could see it was in the back, so I think he was just trying to steal that. I don't know. Might have just been a meth head. Kind of that town. I got chased by a Kruger once, but I blocked her number. I mean, if they're decent enough looking, I'm not going to block their number. I'm going to be about that. I like me some older women. But other than that, the most dangerous situations that I put myself in, like, I've actively put myself in, like, the most dangerous choices I've made were usually related to me being on a four-wheeler in the mountains and stupid. Oh, hold on. Here's another one. Give me a second. I got this. I need to go register that. Another dangerous situation I was kind of in, which is kind of half my fault and half not my fault, I'll say, was I went diving, and this was just very recently after I got advanced open water qualified for diving. I went diving, me and my dad and brother went diving in Key West. I think it was either Key West or Miami Beach. And I got a pretty good handle on how much oxygen in my tank equates to how much time underwater that I can handle, how much bottom time I can handle, just by how much oxygen I use up. And for me, it's about 100 psi equals roughly a minute underwater. And obviously that'll depend on how deep you are. But 100 psi equals about a minute underwater. So, this was actually before we got open. And I remember this was before we got qualified for advanced open water diving because we had to have a guide. That's why this happened. So we had to have a guide since my dad was advanced open water qualified, but me and my brother weren't. We had to have a guide with us so that we could go underneath as far as we want. Or as deep as the qual would get us. So we have a guide. I'm underwater. I look at my gauge and I see I'm at about 1,000 psi. We're about 100 feet underwater, and I'm at about 1,000 psi. I have 10 minutes of air left, and that's if I run it dry. And I like to surface with 500 left over just in case. I like to plan on surfacing with 500 psi left over just in case. So I get the guide's attention and signal them that I have 1,000 psi left. Or I think I did that, but either way, 1,000 psi left. She nods at me, keeps going, doesn't start surfacing at all. Doesn't start. She was using this time as a paid guide to get her own free dive in and enjoy herself. Get her own dive that she's getting paid for in and enjoy herself. So she's like, okay, and like nods at me and then keeps going. Doesn't surface. Like, okay. Now I'm kind of panic watching my gauge. I get to 800. I get her attention. I signal 800. Okay. Keeps going. Actually gets a little bit lower. I signal 500. Okay. Keeps going. I eventually got to the point where it's at like 300, and I signal her I'm at 300, and then she kind of goes, oh, and hands me her octopus, her secondary rebreather, and we start surfacing. But I was furious because what happens if I hit that 0 and she's far enough away from me that I can't get her attention and signal her, and then I'm just suffocating underwater because this chick wanted to get her own like free dive in. So that was time that scared me a little bit. Run. I just saw that my average views barely go up even though I have 3 to 4 view constant streams. So it takes the average over a series of days, but it can also take a few days to update. It takes the average over the last 28 days, but it can also take a few days for that to update. So even if like you do the math and like, okay, my average on this day and this day and this day and do all the math yourself, it should be here. It might take a few days to actually update that average. Because that's where, like I said, a year ago today, I made affiliate. But, like, I didn't know I was about to make it because it was saying my average was much lower than it was. Did I not put a helmet on this? Did I not put a helmet on this? Okay, let me get to that fucking thing and see if I can. Yeah, no, I was furious. I don't know if my dad ended up like really tipping or anything or not, because I remember like once we got up, I kind of bitched to him. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Like this is bullshit." So I have a feeling he probably didn't tip her all that well, because you're supposed to tip your dive masters. Hey, dead man! Just in time. Once I finish this mission, I was going to start sharing some of the worst boss stories. About your side. Don't even try to act like you're on Deadman's side, HGTV. You're the one that said, screw him, he could watch the video. Which, I mean, yes, after I tell this story, you should still watch the video just so it gets the views and then leave likes and comments so it does better. But... what video did you find me off of, Deadman? Can you just fucking die, please? Oh, you found me on my Mothman video? Well, then you're actually gonna end up liking the series that I'm hoping to finally get the first iteration up on Sunday. I haven't done it yet. I have the script laid out and I have the recordings done. I just need to finish the script and do the audio recording. Craft. I need to craft. I could have sworn I'd gotten a helmet already. There you go. I appreciate it. Yeah, when I started out, I had no intention to really do storytelling. Like, I was going to do Let's Plays, and all my long videos were just going to be, like, funny compilations of shit that happened. And then, like, just, I think it was Veterans Day last year, I was doing a charity stream, so me and one of my buddies, who was a Marine, were like, yeah, let's just share some stories. Let's just share some stories about military stuff while we're trying to do a charity stream for Veterans Day. And the people that were, like, watching the stream really, really liked it. So I was like, fuck it. If this is what people want to see, I'll do it. But that was, like, not my intention at all. I did not intend to do storytelling content, but if people like it, I'll do it. I'm worried about hitting the point where I feel like Zach, well, the other Zach, because I'm also a Zach. I'm worried about hitting the point that Zach Hazard is at of... He was in the Army for 4 years, or I think it's ended up being like 5. I was in the Navy for 6. After a while, we're going to run out of stories. So I just need to start doing stupid shit to make more stories. Did I grab a fork? Did I not grab a fork? I didn't grab a fork. I'm fucking stupid. The people have spoken. Yeah, I'm hoping it takes off. Then just talking about dying on an ATV. Yeah. Yeah. I got other stupid stories. But at the very least, I'll end up running out of military stories. I had a fork for my food. So I have to go back and grab a fork. Ain't being stupid if it's for the content. Okay, hold on. Let me drop this. Drop all that there. Did I already put that away? Hold on, my mom's calling. I love my mom. I have a great mom. She has her issues like every other mom, but she's great. But my biggest pet peeve with my mom is she will call with no warning, no text, nothing to tell me that she is going to call and then ask me what I'm doing. And it doesn't matter what I say I'm doing. She will keep talking. And sometimes she'll have nothing to say, and she'll just ask me what I'm up to. And I'll say, I'm taking a shit, Mom. I've literally said that. Said, I'm taking a shit, Mom. She's like, oh, okay, well, what else is new? Like, nothing, Mom. I was like, okay, well, are you up to anything? I was like, taking a shit. And she'll just keep talking. I love her, but oh my god, one, I hate getting calls unprompted. I hate getting calls unprompted. Can't stand it. My biggest pet peeve. But also, if I say I'm doing something, or I just seem generally just interested in talking, don't keep the conversation going. Also, don't call me in general. Whoever you are, don't call me if you don't have anything to say. Don't call me and expect me to provide all the interaction. Because I had a friend that used to do that shit all the time, too. I had a friend that would show up to my house, like when I was like just fresh out of high school, before I joined the military. She would show up to my house, and just call me or text me and say, hey, what are you doing? I'd say, I'm not doing anything. And say, okay, cool, I'm outside. What are we doing? It's like, I don't fucking know. I was just kind of relaxing, not doing anything. I was looking forward to not doing anything. I was very happy not doing anything. You get them like that, too. You get them like that, too. Some of them be like that. But you know what? You're stronger for it. Whatever other bullshit people say whenever they want to just disregard your feelings, you know? Zero to 100? Yeah, that was kind of wild. That was a jump. That was a bit of a jump there. Okay, hold on. I need to regather myself about that because I was about to tell the worst boss story. But give me. Hold on. Let me check something, and then give me a moment to reorganize the thoughts into something coherent. Oh, that one's doing well. That one's doing really well. Hold on. Make sure I saw something. Did I put the thing in there I needed to put in there? Is this actually, does it have the related video? Awesome, okay, cool. I posted my video about how to get your refund from Intel, and the short version of it is doing incredibly well. I don't know. Someone that subscribed on YouTube. It'll pop up. If someone subscribes on Twitch, it pops up every single time. Or someone subscribes or follows on Twitch, it pops up every single time that they do it. Every single time someone does, it'll say a popular little thing. But on YouTube, you have to make the people you're subscribed to public. And if they have the people they're subscribed to as public, it'll pop up and say that they subscribed. So just new subscriber. That's why I wanted to check to see how the video was doing, because I was like, oh, that's kind of early for it to be getting views, because normally it takes several hours for them to get cataloged and start getting views. I posted that like 2 hours ago, and it's already close to 500 views. Oh, you're good, man. You're good. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to organize these thoughts, and then I will start telling... I will start telling the story. Give me a second. And this is probably still going to come off as very disorganized, because just like today, you can ask Perrin and HGTV, just today, like, as I was just kind of casually mentioning stuff, more and more thoughts were popping in my eyes. Like, oh, I need to put this in my notes. Okay. Okay. It was your cat? You know what? I trust you that it was your cat and the fact that you're a pussy. Oh! Get it? Burn? Did you get that burn? Get it? Do I need a screamer to you? I can explain it to you. These noodles are still hot and I need to season them more next time. Season the broth, I didn't season. Oh. I also ran out of salt. Okay, guys, are you ready for the story about my worst boss in the military? Are you ready for this? I'm gonna need to see some yeses. My grandfather actually had a joke because I was born a little bit redheaded. My grandfather had a joke that he'd say my mom, that was a mailman's baby. We got a yes. We got a yes. One person's ready. Yeah? Yes, Mom? Okay. She was a bitch. Anyways, guys, that's all, folks. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Anyways. Oh, fuck. Let me drop some... Let me drop some rat away. Hold on. Bam. Ah. Wrong thing. I need Rad-X. I need Rad-X. I love my granddad. How dare you fucking insult my granddad? I will find you. My granddad was great. He was a really good man. This is actually going to require me. This story is going to require me to not be actively doing a thing because I'm trying to pay a lot of attention. See you next riveting stream. Hold on. I tell you what, I'm not even going to do this event. I'll leave this event because I thought about it as I started this. I was like, no, I can't be actively doing something and telling the story because it'll just turn out bad. Fuck. One second. No, that'd be a huge dick move for me to have all this build up for, yeah, we're going to talk about my worst boss, and then just be like, nah, she was a bitch. That's why she was my worst boss. Yeah, no, my worst boss was a woman. I had one, like, immediately after her that was a dude that was pretty shitty, but he was only my boss for a little while, so he couldn't really do much damage. Let me get the fuck out of here. Oh my god. Okay. So, I'm going to start by saying, I recognize that any single part of this story, like any single part of these stories in isolation, might be like, she's not that bad. It wasn't that bad. But imagine everything I'm saying cumulatively together and over the course of about a year and a half, constantly happening. So, I will not be referring to this person by their name. I don't think they're still in the military. I really hope they're not. But just in case, I'm not going to refer to this person by their name. I'm going to refer to them as Sergeant Shrek. And anyone who knows this person and knows this person's name will understand why I call them Sergeant Shrek. It's not that they look like Shrek. Has nothing to do with their appearance. It's just a little inside joke for me and anyone who actually knows this person that ends up hearing this story. So, to get a handle on the type of leader that Sergeant Shrek is, Sergeant Shrek once told me, and this was very early on into me serving under Sergeant Shrek, that it was impossible for her to disrespect me or the other sailor that was on my team because she outranked us, and we therefore did not merit respect from her. So it was impossible for her to be disrespectful to us because we didn't deserve her respect. That is, going into it, understand that that is the type of person this is. That story came around. When she first came to the team, me and the other, what do I call her? I'll call her Petty Officer O. Me and Petty Officer O had previously had our current LPO when Sergeant Shrek came onto the team was a lovely person, incredibly good at her job, incredibly kind. You know, her biggest fault was Petty Officer B's biggest fault was the fact that she was kind of a pushover. So when other teams would come and need something from us or try to give me and Petty Officer O orders, she'd be like, oh, well, okay, blah, 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 without any pushback. So we dealt with a little bit of bullshit because of that. But Petty Officer B was great. Petty Officer Bravo was great. When Petty Officer, or when Sergeant Shrek came onto the team, she decided, we were at a joint command. The reason why I had a sergeant as a boss was because we were at a joint command. So we had Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, and Coast Guard all at the same command, and all in kind of a joint control type of thing. Let me get rid of this fucker. Hold on. Thank you, Pancake. And kind of, it was kind of like the scene from Office Space, where I had 4 bosses, or I had 3 or 4 different chains of command that I all answered to. I had the actual like functional chain of command that was the job that I did. I had my Navy specific chain of command, and then I had a greater chain of command that was the command structure as a whole, where there was some intersect between the two of them, but it was also kind of separate. And I also had like a civilian chain of command I answered to. So I had civilians I also had to answer to. So it was chaos. But most of the people, pretty much everyone else that showed up, pretty quickly assimilated to the fact that, oh, this is not a Marine command. Oh, this is not a Navy command. Oh, this is not an Air Force command. And assimilated to the fact that that command ran things differently than any other branch. And the fact that we answered to civilians, and part of the work, the work that we did was being done under the guise of a civilian group, meant that we had to follow the civilian group's standards for the work that we did. When we filled out reports, when we filled out anything, we had to do it by the civilian group standards, not any one of the branch's standards. The Navy chain of command was administrative. The command's chain of command would, like, if we had details or if there's stuff that needed to get done around the command, they would start calling in people from different teams. The civilian chain of command was also just functionally in charge of me, but they just were technically like a separate chain that was separate from the military. And then the functional chain of command was functional. It was the actual job performance. His soul is firstborn by 0600. But, But the Army, when the Army came to this command, so very often, because of the way that the Army runs everything on an SOP. I like to say the Army would not know how to wipe their ass without an SOP, without a fucking PowerPoint explaining grab toilet paper, lower pants, spread ass cheeks, wipe away, put in toilet, flush toilet. They would not know how to wipe their ass. But most of them pretty quickly, after being told once or twice, no, we do it this way here. We don't follow those SOPs here. This is not an Army command. We don't follow Army SOP here. Would figure it out. I was about to say a real name. Sergeant Shrek refused. Sergeant Shrek refused for so very long. Sergeant Shrek consistently... I had stuff that I was already working on. I had a lot of stuff that I was already working on when she got there. A lot of tasks that were assigned to me, a lot of projects that were assigned to me that were my responsibility, that I was the subject matter expert on. I was writing them up. I was doing all the reporting with the proper format based off that command. I was doing all the work with the way that we were supposed to do it based off that command, which was different than the way that I got trained in to do it by the Navy, because it wasn't a Navy command. She immediately comes on the team. She immediately starts telling me and Petty Officer O that we need to do it differently. We need to do it the Navy or the Army way because she's in the Army. We're going to do it the Army way. We both try to explain to her that, well, Sergeant Shrek, this is not an Army command. There's this specific way that we have to do these things because we answer to this civilian agency. We don't answer to the Army here. No, we're going to do it way. We're going to do it this way. Consistently had me send up reports, send up products, send up stuff to the higher chain of command, the person above us, for review under my name, refused to let me put it forward with the way it was supposed to be done, refused to let me do it the right way, would force me, I'd do the product the right way, I would submit it to her for approval. She would turn around and say, no, change it like this, change it like this. Like, Sergeant Shrek, that's not the way it's supposed to be at this command. I don't care, I'm your sergeant, blah, blah, you're going to put it forward the way I told you to do it. Fine, whatever. Change it the way she wants it. Send it forward for final approval. It gets kit-backed. but it has my name on it. So I would get chewed out by the civilian that we're supporting it to, and then the higher up, because everyone was like, well, Sergeant Shrek is new to the command. You should be training her. You should be teaching her how our regulation work, how it works here. And when she first got to the command, I tried to give her so much slack. I was like, "You're right, ma'am. You're right, sir. You're right, whoever. This isn't my this is my fault. I'll do better." Blah blah blah. Because I didn't want to be the person that sold out my sergeant. But would keep doing that. Come to find out, people were going to her. People were going to her, like the civilian in charge and then the officers in charge and shit, were going to her and be like, hey, why does Johnston keep submitting these products wrong? Why does Johnston keep submitting these reports wrong? What's going on? And she'd be like, oh, I don't know. I thought that's how we were supposed to do it. I thought that's how we're supposed to do it. So when he submitted, I thought it was okay, blah, blah, blah. And then saying, yeah, I think Johnston's kind of a fuck up. I think Johnston's kind of doing all this stuff wrong, blah, blah, blah. Shit-talking me to refuse to admit to her mistakes, and eventually admitted, to me at least, to me and Petty Officer O, that the reason she kept forcing us to submit stuff wrong was because she was trying to strong-arm the command into doing everything the Army way by just, like, having us repeatedly submit reports and products the Army way that was wrong, and hoping that they would see it and think, oh, that's better. But still not taking ownership of the fact that she was the one telling us to do this. At one point, we have a sit-down conversation with her. Well, at one point, her and Petty Officer O are really going to head-to-head. I'm 20 at this time. I think I was 19 when she got there. I might have been 20 by the time we had this conversation. But her and Petty Officer O are constantly bickering and bickering and fighting. And Petty Officer O, for the most part, she's not doing anything technically wrong. She's just fighting back on a lot of this product stuff. I, at that point, was just kind of like, fine, I'll submit it the way she wants me to. I'll get yelled at, and then I'll do it the right way because that's the way I'm being told to do it. Whatever. Petty Officer O wasn't doing that. She was fighting a lot harder. Petty Officer O was also like in her mid-30s. And hold on. What am I trying to do? Oh shit, perfect timing. Petty Officer O was in her mid-30s. And at one point, because Petty Officer O sat where me and Sergeant Shrek's workstations were separate from where Petty Officer O and the civilian in charge of the team's workstations were, because like they were put over in a support role so they can support a different team under the guise of our work. So me and Sergeant Shrek are sitting there one day, and she's like, Johnston, can I talk to you about something? I was like, oh God, what? She's like, you've known Petty Officer O longer than I have. Like, what am I doing wrong that's got us fighting so often? Like, can you like tell me what I might be doing wrong? Can you tell me whatever? I was like, oh my God, this is a moment of growth. This is a moment that we can actually hopefully improve the work relationships are happening, and it'll stop being stressful as hell. So I explain, remind you, I'm like 19 or 20, and I explain, listen, I understand that you were from your Army, you were trained in the Army way, but you came to this command, and you started demanding that we change the way that we do work, that is the appropriate way to do work by the regulations, based on the way that you wanted it, without being willing to listen, without going to higher-ups and seeing if that was something that was allowed. And we're the ones that are constantly getting grief for it. We're the ones that are constantly getting yelled at for it because they're expecting us to teach you, but you're not listening. And the way that you talk to us, and I explained, the way that you talk to us is very condescending and very, very rude and very disrespectful. You're talking down to us. And I get it. Yes, you outrank us. You are our sergeant. But just because we're in the military, just because we have this uniform on, and just because you outrank us, doesn't mean we're not people, and doesn't mean we don't want to be treated with a level of respect. Like, yes, you outrank us, but we are still people. We still have feelings. We still want to be treated well. And that was when she said, well, here's the thing. In the Army, it's impossible for me to disrespect you because I outrank you. So you don't deserve any respect to me. I don't owe you any respect. So there's nothing I can do or say to you that would be considered disrespectful. And I just kind of looked at that, and there's actually a Marine staff sergeant right near me, because this was also a staff sergeant. Can you hear the fucking plane? There was a Marine staff sergeant that sat, like, nearby us that I heard after that turn over and just kind of start listening. Or I saw after that turn and just kind of start listening. And I was like, yes, Sergeant, I recognize that that might be true within the bounds of the military. That you don't owe us any respect as your subordinates, which isn't true. That you don't owe us any respect as your subordinates, but we are still people. We still want to be treated well. So my recommendation would be try to talk to her, not necessarily as someone that you have unlimited power over, but as another person. Yes, you can order us to do things, but using words like, could you do this? Would you do this, please? Thank you when we do something well. And words of affirmation to tell us that we are doing our job well and that you appreciate the hard work we're putting in would really help. She goes, oh, okay. Gets up and walks away. That was a trend of hers. Anytime she heard something she didn't like that she could not react to, anytime like she was told something she didn't like or heard something that she didn't like, but she couldn't punish someone for it, because nothing I said that was wrong, nothing I said that was disrespectful, I used the right language, she would just kind of say, oh, okay, suck her teeth at me, and then walk away and disappear for sometimes hours. That was just a thing that she would do all the time. Oh, okay, walk away for hours. Not tell anyone where she is. Which for a while I was covering for her. When someone asked, where's Sergeant Shrek? I'd be like, I don't know. I'd be like, oh, she went to the bathroom, or oh, she went to a dental appointment, or oh, she went here, well, she went there. I'll let her know you're looking for her. The staff sergeant, the Marine staff sergeant, after she walked away, immediately like pulled me aside. He's like, Johnston, I think you explained that very eloquently. I think you did a great job. It looks like she's mad at you. I don't think you did anything wrong. My recommendation for dealing with a boss like this is, what I used to do is during lunch, when I had a lunch break, I would make sure, because I didn't take my lunch breaks, I would eat at the table. We were supposed to get like 30 minutes for lunch or something like that. I would eat at my workspace, and keep working while I was eating. And then like I would take a part of lunch break to go to the gym if I could. If I didn't have too much work on my plate, I would take part of my lunch break and go to the gym. So what I used to do is, what he said was, what I used to do is when I would bring a book and I would take my lunch break, and when I took my lunch break, I would go to one of the conference rooms, or I would go to one of these different areas, or one of these different, like we didn't have break rooms per se, but we kind of did, or I'd go to one of the break rooms. I'd go somewhere where they couldn't find me for my lunch break, and I would just read that book for 30 minutes and calm down and disconnect from this. He's like, do you have anything like that you do? I was like, well, I go to the gym sometimes. He's like, great. From now on, don't take your lunch at work. Don't take a working lunch. Go to the gym. Use that time to disconnect yourself from work and calm down, because otherwise this woman is going to drive you crazy, and I don't want to see that happening to you. Now, I'm going to go talk to her because I think she's about to throw a hissy fit. So he got up and goes to advise her and talks to her, because she would also do that. If anytime, I found out later, anytime that me or Petty Officer O said something she didn't like or did something she didn't like, but we were right, so she couldn't really do anything about us, like, she couldn't punish us for it because we didn't do anything wrong or disrespectful or anything, she would go and throw a hissy fit to one of the Sergeant First classes or someone else about how shitty we were being, which is just a bad look for you as a leader. Like, as a leader, you're going to throw a hissy fit about one of your subordinates to one of your superiors. That just says you don't know how to handle this. That says you don't know how to lead. That's a referendum on you. So he leaves, and talks to her. She did end up going to one of her Sergeant First classes, who was like in her Army side chain of command, to complain about me and Petty Officer O and blah blah blah. So this Sergeant First Class, I actually really liked him. Cannot remember his name. Cannot remember his name. If you ever... What's that dude? I think he's the Allstate guy. Yeah. Dennis Haysbert. Dennis Haysbert. This guy looked kind of like Dennis Haysbert. Like if you said they were brothers, like I wouldn't be surprised. Didn't look exactly like him, but pretty close. We get pulled. Me, Sergeant Shrek, Petty Officer O, and I'm gonna call him Sergeant Haysbert. We'll get pulled into a room with Sergeant Shrek, and we're gonna hatch this shit out. I'll pop up Dennis Haysbert. Hold on, I need to get out of here first. Hold on. Hey, what's up, Sven? In the middle of the story about my worst boss, I'm just trying to escape before I die. Oh my god, I got way too much shit. Hold on. Let me find a place to drop this. Off club, yeah, we get pulled into a room with Sergeant Haysbert. And it's basically like, okay, we're gonna hash things out, kind of. It was basically we're gonna be, as a team, talk about our issues, and have him as a mediator to give advice as someone who has been in the military for longer than any of us and outranks everyone there to mediate. It very quickly devolved. I didn't say much. I basically, when I was asked for like my perspective on things, I reiterated everything that I told her. I said, I think one of the big issues is that she is having us do stuff based off of standard that she wants, but not what is correct, which is causing us to get yelled at by the people that we're delivering products or reports to. And then she is passing the buck on to us, even though we've told her that that's not how we're supposed to do it. And I feel like, and I quoted her in that, I feel like she doesn't believe that she needs to treat us with any modicum of respect, because as she directly said to me, she believes that because she outranks us, that we are not entitled to any respect from her, and that she can treat us however she wants. And Sergeant Haysbert's first thing is, well, first of all, that's entirely incorrect. And then starts going up to Sergeant Shrek and asking her about like what she meant by that, and she's giving off some excuse like, "Well, I don't think I ever said that. I don't think I ever said that." Is like Sergeant Haysbert's like, it's a pretty specific thing for Johnston to bring up. I believe that you said that. I want to understand why you said that. And then it kind of devolves because Petty Officer O kind of goes on and see, this is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about. Blah blah, all this different stuff. And now they're going back and forth arguing about how Petty Officer O doesn't feel like she's being treated with respect, and Petty Officer O is being shit on a lot. And I had my own problems with Petty Officer O, but not even relevant to this. And they're going back and forth. And Sergeant Shrek at one point says to her, "Well, I think you're just throwing a tantrum like a child and you don't deserve that level of respect that you think you deserve from me. You're a 30-something-year-old woman, and you need to act like an adult." Sergeant Haysbert immediately goes, "Johnston, Petty Officer O, can you please leave?" We leave. We walk out. This was before I understood. If you are having one of these sessions with your superior and their superior, and you get asked to leave the room in the military, and you get asked to leave the room, it is not because you did anything wrong. It is because it is inappropriate for someone to chew out your superior in front of you because it undermines your authority. I didn't know that at the time, so I thought we were in trouble. But I walk out the room and I start hearing kind of like louder voices. Like it sounds like Sergeant Hayes was getting a little bit louder, but I still thought it was kind of us in trouble. I did not realize that. When Sergeant Shrek finally gets back to our workspace, she explains like, okay, we're gonna do things by the standards of the command, but I still think it's stupid and blah blah blah, and we need to make changes. We need to see what we can do about making changes to that, blah blah blah, and and for a little bit, she was treating us a little bit better. She was treating us a little bit better, but she was still constantly trying to do stuff to undermine us. And it was a constant problem. I'm going to reorganize this a little bit. She had this tendency, which one thing she did a lot, and technically in the military as it is now, you're not supposed to make someone do push-ups or make someone do EM. In the Navy, you just can't do it anymore. It's not a thing. You can't make someone do physical punishment if they're not like at boot camp. But even my understanding in the Army, you cannot make someone do that if there is not an NCO there doing it with them. So if you wanted to, punish someone by making them do a shit ton of push-ups, you would have to have an NCO down there doing push-ups with them. The way you get around that being hard on the NCOs is you get like 6 NCOs and have each of them take turns doing push-ups so that guy's doing all of them by himself. Sergeant Finona had a tendency to just get bored. And remind you, in the Navy, you weren't allowed to do that, which I disagree with. I think you should be allowed to, because now the only thing you can do in the Navy to punish one of your guys if they're fucking up is give them paperwork, and that paperwork can affect their career. I'd rather correct the problem. I would rather make them not want to fuck up because they're afraid it's going to hurt them or because they're motivated to do their job well, rather than potentially affect their career with it. But Sergeant Shrek would just get bored sometimes and be like, Johnston, do push-ups. I was like, fuck. And at this point, I thought it was okay. I thought she was allowed to do that. So I didn't fight it at all. And also, I didn't want to be the guy that was complaining. In my mind, I joined the military. The military is meant to be hard. The military is meant to be rough. So I wasn't going to complain about it. I wanted to do a bunch of other shit in my career. Like, I was like, this is not the thing I'm going to complain about. So at first it didn't really bother me any more than the fact that, like, it was annoying sometimes. I'd be in the middle of doing work that I was trying to get done by a time frame, and she'd just get bored and tell me to do push-ups. Or if she didn't like something that I did, even if it had nothing to do with work, she would get bored and tell me to do push-ups or whatever. The most stupid reasons, like I did a product the correct way, but it wasn't the way that she wanted it because she wanted me to do it the wrong way. So do push-ups, and I had to do like 50 push-ups. That was more annoying than anything at first. But then, one of the times, now mind you, I was at the command for about 6 to 9 months before she got there. And before she got there, I was seen as fairly shit hot, like new, but like motivated. I need to find a way to clear up some space in my fucking inventory. New, but motivated. One of the times I'm doing push-ups, one of the guys comes over, one of the guys that knew me comes over, but we weren't friends or anything, but he was a superior. He was second class when I was E3. Comes over and sees me doing push-ups and says, why is Johnston down there doing push-ups? I hear him say that, and then I hear her say, Johnston's just fucking up again. Not as a joke, not as whatever, like legitimately passing around that I was doing push-ups because I was a fuck-up. Not a good look for me. Mind you, I ended up finding out that she would go around constantly and talk shit about me. So after a while, it got to the point where, like, I didn't mind doing the push-ups because the push-ups were hard. I was incredibly fit back then. I minded doing the push-ups because she was actively telling people that I was a fuck-up. She was using the fact that I was doing those push-ups as a way to pass around this idea that I was a fuck-up. And I want you to remember the fact that other Navy personnel saw me doing push-ups and saw me doing push-ups as what they perceived as a punitive measure and did nothing about it, because that'll play in later. Hold on. My throat's dry. I'm also going to switch over to Power World because I have nothing left to do on here. So give me 1 second. Where is Power World? Where is Power World? Updated, cool. I love grape soda, yeah. I don't know. I might have it on my PlayStation. I don't, though. Open this fucking door. It's hot as shit. Is it gonna let me on? It was giving trouble yesterday. What the fuck? Hold on. Give me a second. Okay, that was weird. That's really weird. Okay. Working now. What is that? The fuck was that? What? Okay. That was really weird. That was super weird. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah. So, fucking need to fix this again. I hope so. I hope it's interesting. Because I'm kind of doing it in a more disjointed way than I initially planned, but I need to stop putting it off because I kept like being like, oh, no, I want to organize this better. Fuck, fine, I'll do push-ups. God, hard to do on a bed. Oh god, that hurt. That's really hard to do on a bed. Especially with a comforter right there. Oh, I thought you were telling me to do push-ups. Okay. Well, never mind then. Why is this being difficult? Oh, because I did that. Okay, that's better. But yeah. Yeah. Listen, I got a little bit of motivated there, a little bit of a motivator. But yeah, so I come to find out that Sergeant Shrek wasn't just shit-talking me when a product got sent back and saying, oh yeah, no, Johnston didn't tell me that, or when I was doing push-ups. Sergeant Shrek would actively go out of her way when, like, half the time, well, anytime, like, she was going, oh, and walked off, she was shit-talking me. But she would also just casually shit-talk me and Petty Officer O whenever she got the chance, really. Just anytime she was talking about any other NCOs, she would shit-talk, like, how bad we were and how bad we were at our jobs and whatnot. I found this out because that same guy... whoopsie daisy. That same guy that she was, that came over and said, why is Johnston doing push-ups, comes to me later and says, hey, man, is everything all right? This is the single only person that during the course of any of this actually tried to talk to me about anything at all to begin with. But comes up to me at one point, pulls me aside and said, hey, man, everything all right? And at this, I don't know what he's talking about. I thought, like, my first thought was, oh, maybe he notices that this sergeant's being real bad. Because I still had this mentality of telling myself that me being upset about what was happening, and there's more, like, I'm going to get to more. What was happening was me being weak and me not being cut out for this, not the fact that it was a really, really shitty boss. So I thought maybe this is going to be him coming over and saying, yeah, no, Sergeant Shrek's not doing things right. Sergeant Shrek's screwing you over. He comes over and says, hey, everything all right? It's like, yeah, why? He's like, well, because I've been hearing lately, like, that you're kind of screwing up a lot, and you used to be pretty shit hot. You were super motivated. Like, you had your stuff together. I've heard you've been screwing up a lot. I was like, why? Because of the push-ups the other day? He's like, well, that, and just like, your sergeant's been coming over and talking about how you're screwing up a lot and how you don't got anything together, and that just doesn't seem like you. Is everything all right? So he was checking on me. He was trying to make sure that I wasn't, like, on drugs or anything, because we had I hate how loud this game gets. We had a dude that was a bit of a screw-up because he got on drugs, but he was shit hot before that. So he was checking on me. I'll give him that. But I said, no, I'm just trying my best. I'm just trying my best, Petty Officer. I mean, whatever. It's like, okay, well, you need to reach out. And I appreciated that, but also it just kind of made me feel like more pushed away, because I was like, okay, now everyone's just got this mentality that I'm a massive piece of shit. And apparently she's been talking to everyone about this. Which actually, coincidentally, like a little side story, she was shit-talking me to someone at one point. We had a lot of stuff started happening around that time period that put me into a very dark, depressive spiral, where I just really was not in a good place. I was really in a very, very dark, not safe for YouTube place. And at one point, we have a room inspection. It is not an announced room inspection. So there's two different ways that they would grade room inspections. If it was an announced room inspection, then you were expected to have everything clean, like white glove clean, like perfect. If it was an unannounced room inspection, then it was just a matter of like, hey, let's make sure that this place isn't total chaos. Let's make sure that this is not so dirty that it's destroying government property, kind of thing. This was an unannounced room inspection. I failed the room inspection. Me and my roommate failed the room inspection because there was a Tupperware container in the sink. That would have failed you on an announced room inspection, but not on an unannounced room inspection. We failed because there was a Tupperware container in the sink, and I think it was just because the barracks PO was being a dick because I was a CFL and he was way out of shape, and did not like me because I was, his mortal enemy there because of that. I fail. My immediate thought isn't, oh my god, reinspection. My immediate thought isn't any of the other things that would be upsetting about that. My immediate thought is like, I really don't want to go to go back to my petty officer and tell them I just failed this inspection because it's going to be just a miserable time for me. Of course, she chews me out, tells me what a piece of shit I am because I can't keep my room clean, even after I explain that it was just a Tupperware container in the sink. No, you're just a massive piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. They just going on a whole rant about how bad of a person I am because I failed a room inspection. Then, my LPO, because like I said, I had a Navy chain of command that was separate from my functional chain of command. My LPO comes over and pulls me aside. Hey, Johnson, can we talk? Can we talk? I was like, yeah. Or he says, hey, Johnson, let's talk. Not can we talk. He says, hey, Johnson, let's talk. Pulls me aside. Not really aside, just in a hallway to the side. And is like, what's going on, man? You were, like, when you got here, you seemed so motivated. You seemed like you had shit together. And all I'm hearing is bad things about you. I'm hearing about you just screwing stuff up all the time. And now you're failing a room inspection? And I look at him. He's my LPO, and he's actually my on-paper mentor, because you had to pick a mentor that was supposed to guide you and teach you how to be in the Navy, how to write your evals, how to do this, all this, whatever. He's my on-paper mentor. And I look at him, and one of the things that helped me deal with all the bullshit up until this point, and there's still more that I haven't gotten into, but one of the things that helped me deal with all the bullshit up until this point was the fact that once I started realizing that the way she was treating me wasn't okay, I didn't want to go to anyone and bitch about it, because listen, I'm in the military. If I can't handle this, then how am I supposed to handle, a harder situation? How am I supposed to handle all this different stuff? I'm not weak. I'm not going to be weak about this. I'm just going to keep putting up with it. I'm just going to keep putting up with it. But it started to get to me, and there's other stuff going on in my life that was just like pushing me into a bad place. The thing that kept me sane, the thing that kept me from truly spiraling and, erasing, was the fact that I knew that what she was doing was not okay. It had been made clear to me that what she was doing was not okay. So if I went somewhere for it, if I went to someone about it, and I talked to like my LPO, or I talked to someone else that had authority about this, they would solve the problem. So I was going to keep putting up with it until I could escape that team, because we're supposed to rotate teams every once in a while. I was going to keep putting up with it until I could escape that team, because I know I have an out. But at this point, I'm just in a really bad place. So when he says, oh, what's going on? Why are you screwing up? I look this man in the eyes, and I say, Petty Officer, I'm just in a really, really dark place right now, and I don't know what to do. And he looks me back in the eyes and says, you're just making excuses to be a shitbag, and walks the fuck away. That damn near pushed me over the edge. That got me so fucking close. And as much as I hate Sergeant Shrek, I hate that man almost as much, or probably more in some ways. At least Sergeant Shrek had the narcissism about her that she had the audacity at one point to tell me, you're going to thank me for this, Johnson. You're going to thank me. In several years, you're going to thank me and tell me how much of a better troop I made you for all this. At least she had that level of arrogance about her that she thought she was doing good. He was just being a massive piece of shit. He ended up becoming an officer, and the day that I found out he was becoming an officer, I was fucking disgusted. I remember his last day. His last day at that command. A lot of people were saying goodbye, because by this point I was actually on his functional team too, and I had picked a different mentor. Everyone's like saying their goodbyes, and he comes over and to our section and is saying his goodbyes to everyone. And he walks over. He's like, Johnson, tries to shake my hand. I say, I get too at ease. I'm like, Petty Officer. He's like, do you hate me? I was like, fair winds and following seas, Petty Officer. He's like, but do you hate me? I was like, it would be incredibly disrespectful for me to tell a first-class Petty Officer that I hate them. It's like, but do you? I was like, I wish you well, Petty Officer. If I'm going to be honest, if the story doesn't have some justice, I'm going to be pissed at you for tugging all. It kind of does. It has some justice towards the end, because this is also the one thing I'll say I got out of this. It didn't make me stronger. It didn't make me better because I learned how to put up with this shit. It made me learn how to play that political game really well, and learn how to tell people that were superior to me how to go fuck themselves in the most politically correct way possible. So, I learned that. But yeah, fuck that petty officer. That guy's, oh my god, I hate him. I hate him so much. The only reason I probably don't hate him more is because he was never directly in charge of me. So I only had to deal with him occasionally. But yeah, that happened. That whole thing happened. But she was constantly talking shit. I ended up finding out, constantly talking shit about me. And it wasn't just about my back. It wasn't just behind my back, because pretty much every day I came in, every little thing that I did, she was deriding me for, she was insulting me, she was condescending to me. I mentioned earlier that she wasn't like a massively overweight woman, but she also wasn't fit at all. At that point in time, I was incredibly fit. I scored excellent on push-ups and curl-ups for a PR, or I scored max scores for push-ups and curl-ups on our PRT every time. I was one of the fitness leaders for our command. I scored usually around excellent for the run every PRT. I was working out constantly. I was insanely fit. And I was such a low body fat percentage. But she would insult me, like if I ate something, you know, unhealthy that day or whatever, she would start calling me fat and not in like a... I want to make it very clear. None of the things that she said were in that, you know, camaraderie sort of ribbing each other way that military guys do to each other. She was straight up condescending, straight up insulting. Any work product I turned in, she would deride me for it and tell me what a fuck up I was and how much I was failing. Pretty much, yeah. Tell me how much I was failing, how bad I was, anything I tried to do. I tried to tell her what my goals were at the time. I wanted to be a SEAL, and I wanted to go down this path. I wanted to do these different things. You're not smart enough to do that. You're not good enough to do that. You won't make it. You're not good enough. You're not good enough for that. You won't make that. You won't be able to do that. You'll never make that. So just constantly insulting me, deriding my goals, deriding my dreams, the stuff I wanted to achieve. My work was constantly derided. She was still consistently making me send products forward that she knew would get turned back, and then telling people that I was the one that was screwing them up. Which, again, not a good look. She's my superior. She's supposed to be the quality control person. It's not a good look for her. And just, like, every little thing, like, every day I came in, I knew I was going to be insulted and demeaned the entire time I was there. She would also consistently try to force me to make products. She would consistently try to force me to make product well, I'm going to get to that part. She would consistently try to force me to follow Army uniform regulations and Army grooming standards and stuff rather than Navy ones. Because you're under an Army chain of command right now. You're under an Army chain of command. It's like, I have to follow Navy regulations. I have to follow the Navy regulations. But would try to make me do things the Army way, do my uniform regulations the Army way, and I'd constantly have to, like, end up, like, every time that she tried to do that, I'd end up having to go over her head. Oh, sergeants make me do this. Sergeant can't do that. You're in the Navy. I don't care if your NCOIC is an Army sergeant. You're following Navy standards. But it was just this. It would always end up making me have to look bad, and to anyone who didn't bother to talk to me, I looked bad. Anyone that didn't bother to ask me why I'm doing this thing the Army way instead of the Navy way, I looked bad. Going somewhere else with that. Oh yeah, she also, like, at one point tried to demand. So in the Marines, in the Navy, you can call any petty officer just petty officer, and it's fine, unless they're a chief petty officer. But that's a chief. You call any like E4 through E6 petty officer, that's fine. In the Marines, you have to call everyone their rank. If you're a corporal, you get called corporal. If you're a sergeant, you get called sergeant. If you're a staff sergeant, you get called staff sergeant, etc., etc. But the Army is kind of similar to the Navy in the fact that a sergeant, a staff sergeant, and a sergeant first class all just get called sergeant. They don't have to be called staff sergeant, sergeant first class, whatever. They get called sergeant. She decides one day, you know what, Johnston? You need to start calling me staff sergeant. Because I called her sergeant. It's like, it's staff sergeant. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Staff Sergeant. I thought it was just I just had to call you Sergeant. It's like, no, you need to start calling me Staff Sergeant. I'm a Staff Sergeant. You will call me Staff Sergeant. One of my Sergeant First classes was nearby. Immediately storms over and says, "Excuse me, what did you just tell him?" I was like, "Well, I told him he used to call me Staff Sergeant." No, the fuck he doesn't. No, the fuck he doesn't. You are a Staff Sergeant. You can be called Sergeant. This is the Army. He doesn't have to call you that. I'm a Sergeant First Class. He doesn't call me fucking Sergeant First Class. So do you think you're better than me? Are you saying you're better than me? You're more important than me. You deserve it, but I don't. That's what you're saying? And like, well, I thought it would be good to teach him the ranks. He's like, you don't need to teach him that stuff. He knows the ranks. He knows all that. You don't need to be doing that. You don't need to be defying regulations and setting new rules for yourself. It's just a pay scale, essentially, and authority scale. So like, E5 sergeants, E6 is staff sergeants, and like Sergeant First Class is E7. And then E8 can be a little bit different depending on the position you hold. But then E9 is Sergeant Major. And you will call Sergeant Major Sergeant Major. And she's like, oh, okay. And then walks off again. Like after she gets done getting drilled, walks off again. And Sergeant First Class came over to me and like, hey, if she gives you more trouble about stuff like that, come to me. But at this point, I was kind of broken. I was like, okay, will do. But I wasn't going to say anything about a lot of the other stuff that was happening. But at least he got her for that. But she was constantly trying to do shit like that too, like getting me to defy regulations because that's how she wanted it done. There were a few times she legitimately tried to get me to do things that were illegal, that were crimes, that would have been felonies because it was easier for her, and I had to straight up tell her, no, I will not do this. This is a felony. I will not, or this is illegal. This isn't the way it's allowed to be done. I'm not doing this. To which her response was to make me do push-ups. She wasn't going to do it. She wasn't going to put her name on it because she knew it was illegal, but she would still make me do it or try to make me do it. And those were the things I refused. But what if you're a nerd and not a corporal? Do I call you nerd, petty nerd, first class runga, big military facts? If you get yelled at, it just means they have an aggressive crush on you. Man, she might have wanted to fuck me. I don't know. I had a few of my bosses that did. But yeah, there were several times that she tried to just make me to do something that was illegal, turn something over to someone without the proper authority or proper justification, or something that that person was not allowed to have. And anytime I told her no, push-ups, and we'll go shit talk me and do whatever else, and have me do push-ups until she got that kind of thing, or just sit there and watch me do push-ups. But then she wouldn't do it herself. She wouldn't, because she knew it was illegal. She knew it was wrong. She knew she couldn't do that. Hold on, I'm looking at my list of things to see what I've actually gone over and what I haven't. If you fuck up and call someone above you the wrong rank, you just get yelled at. You might get corrected, like if you're new or if it was an honest mistake, you might get corrected and you might get snidely corrected. Like, someone might be like, oh, so I got a demotion now, you just demoted me. But worst case scenario, you get yelled at. If you're doing it consistently and out of being petty, then you might get something, you might get like, you could possibly get written up for, blatant disrespect. But for the most part, you just get yelled at. And the she had this level of arrogance about her. She did not speak, like, I got a few stories about just her level of arrogance and those moments. She did not speak Spanish at all. She spoke no Spanish. She spoke a little Tagalog because her husband was Filipino, but she didn't speak Spanish. And she didn't even speak that much Tagalog. we were in South Florida. We were stationed in South Florida. A few of the reservists and so a lot of the other like just active duty guys were Hispanic of different sorts. We had a lot of Cuban guys at that command, and we had a lot of different Hispanic people that spoke Spanish natively. Around that time, Bailando came out and was really popular. Around the time Bailando came out, it was really popular. I was listening to a lot. I was dating this Colombian chick that wanted me to get into more Hispanic music and stuff, so I was listening to Bailando a lot. And I asked one of the guys, I think his name was Herrera or something like that. I say, "Hey, Herrera, what's the word in that song Bailando? Like contigo. What does contigo mean? Like what is he? He's saying I want to live contigo. What does that mean?" And she goes, "Johnston, are you that stupid? Can you not use context clues to figure that out?" I was like, no, Sergeant. There's a lot of things that could mean. Just use the context clues. It means content." And Sergeant Herrera goes, I don't mean to correct you, Sergeant, but, or it was Specialist. He was a Specialist. Specialist Herrera goes, "I don't mean to correct you, Sergeant, but contigo means with you. He's saying I want to live with you and I want to be with you." She goes, "Oh," and walks away and disappears for like 2 hours. This was around the point when I stopped like covering for her when she disappeared for 2 hours at a time. So someone did come by looking for her. I think Warrant came by and was looking for her. I was like, "Where's Finona?" I was like, "I don't know. She lied to me about Spanish and then disappeared and said, 'Oh,' and left for 2 hours." He's like, "What?" It's like, "Yeah, I don't know where she is." He's like, "When she gets back, tell her to find me." I was like, "We'll do, Warrant." Well, we call it Army Warrants. We call him Chief. Navy Warrants, you call him Warrant because Chief is a rank in the Navy. We'll do, Chief. And that was that. She also, mind you, I was super fit at the time. I counted my calories to the gram. I counted everything I ate to the gram. I was working out constantly. I was incredibly fit, and she was super not. She was super not fit to the point where her favorite fucking song was All About That Bass by Meghan Trainor, because as she said, it's not one of those songs for those skinny bitches. It's, it's a song for real women. But like, I've never seen anyone that was into the fitness community I've seen people, but it's more common to see people like her be angry at people for being fit than vice versa. But she would lecture me about fitness. She would lecture me about my diet. I'd come in with my meal prep. So I'd like spend Sunday prepping all my food for the week. I'd come in with my meal prep, and I'd be eating like chicken and rice with some veggies and some other shit in it. And she'd be lecturing me, "Oh my God, you shouldn't be eating that. That's unhealthy. You shouldn't be eating all that. You shouldn't be eating this. You shouldn't be eating that." And telling me like how stupid I was and how fat I was and all this different stuff because I was eating this food. I was like, "Okay, what?" She, at one point, during one of my advancement exams, and this is just the section of her being arrogantly and narcissistically wrong and refusing to admit it. During one of my advancement exams, we had to know geography for part of the section of my exam. We had to know geography, and it would be random parts of the world geography. So we didn't know exactly what part of the world we were going to get. We could guesstimate what part of the world was going to be on the test, but we had to know geography, and we had to know like geopolitical stuff. And this is going to be anyone that was like part of the military, honestly, in general, is going to give me shit for this. But I got out of the exam, and this is the exam I missed by less than a point. I got out of the exam, immediately went to the computer, and Googled something, and said, "Damn it." Because my exam question was, one of the exam questions was, where is Mecca located? Where's Mecca located? The holy land of Islam. Where is it located? And the options were China, Germany, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen. And in my mind, because I do this to myself when I take exams, I was like, Saudi Arabia is too obvious. Saudi Arabia is too obvious. Saudi Arabia is way too obvious. It must be Yemen, and I changed the answer to Yemen. I was about to write down Saudi Arabia. I was like, no, that's too obvious. They wouldn't give us an easy question like that. It's Yemen. So I get back, and I'm recounting that story. I'm like, shit, I got a question wrong, blah, blah, blah. Like, and I just say, it was asking where Mecca was, and I overthought it. Like, the two options were narrowed down, and, like, I ended up choosing Yemen. And she looks at me and is like, are you that stupid? It's in Israel. I was like, it's, I just looked at her, I was like, it's in Saudi Arabia, Sergeant. Jerusalem's in Israel. She goes, oh. And storms off again. You know what this is? This is the, oh, and storming off section of the story. Yeah, anyone that thinks fucking Mecca is in Israel is a goddamn idiot. Anyone that worked the job I worked and thinks Mecca is in Israel is really, really fucking stupid. But yeah, this is the oh and walking off section of the story. Well, let me go. I have that one warned out. She also refused to accept the fact that a lot of what the Navy does, a lot of the weird stuff the Navy does, is done based off of tradition. For instance, the Army, you don't get your rank, you don't get to wear your rank until you're actually that rank, because like you will for the Navy, like the promotion cycle will happen. Everyone will take their exams. You'll get your score back, and based on where you scored, you will put that rank on within a certain amount of time, or you'll administratively become that rank after a certain amount of time. But everyone puts the rank on at the same time. We call it getting frocked. So there's a ceremony. Everyone has the rank pinned on them at the same time. But you're not administratively that rank, but you're expected to assume the duties and responsibility of that rank. That comes from tradition of when you're out to sea, you might need to replace someone real quick. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant to the story. But she would constantly yell at me because, like, why does your uniform? Why does the Navy wear that uniform? Why does the Navy wear this uniform? Why do you do that? It's like, well, it's a tradition thing. It's not tradition. Why would it be? And would yell at me for that. That was just some stupid shit that she would do. And then I would go and do the research and show, no, see, it's her tradition. Like, oh, walk away. But just constantly saying stupid shit like that. Because of it's because of her actual name. I call her Sergeant Shrek because of her actual name, but I'm not going to reveal her actual name. Very unlikely for you to pick an answer titled "Yeah, man," but pop off, King. Fair. And mind you, on top of the constantly deriding me, constantly insulting me, just making my day-to-day life miserable, she would also just try to screw me over for shit. I would have a Navy meeting because we had let me send you the new thing real quick because I think it's slightly different. The IP is slightly different. I had to do that. No. I'm not going to tell her name. I'm not going to tell her name at all. Let me see something. Is this? Who the fuck was SPB? No. I'll edit it out when I actually do the video. Yeah, I'll edit that out when I do the video. It's fine. It's not that bad. Nothing I'm saying is wrong. It's just it'd be easier to not have to deal with that if it becomes a thing. But I would have meetings. So like the Navy, we'd have a muster for the Navy. Our chief that was in charge of my section of that had us meet once a week kind of thing. Muster up, talk about what was going on, et cetera, et cetera. And she would constantly I'd tell her, Sergeant, I have this thing I have to go to. Well, you gotta stay here, blah, blah. And just always make me late to that. Would always try to make me late to meetings I had to go to. I had leave at one point, and the way we would take our leave is, say if our official working day, like the day they have in our system, in the like computer systems, was supposed to end at 1600, we would put in our leave. So, like, say we wanted the 10th through the 15th off. We wanted the 10th through the 15th off. We would put in leave so that it would start at 1601 on the 9th. That way, it wouldn't take a day from us. It wouldn't take a leave day from us, but it would mean that we were officially on leave after we were off duty, so that we couldn't get called in. We couldn't do any of that. So that's what I would do. I'd put in my leave at 1600. I'd put in my leave for 1601 the next day. I kind of forgot that you changed names, and I thought her name was actually Shrek. Yeah, I put in my leave for 1601 next day. So I think this was around Christmas. I was taking a week off to visit family for Christmas. Because we would generally on our teams, on pretty much every team at the command, they would alternate. If you took Thanksgiving off, you didn't get Christmas off. If you put in for leave for Thanksgiving, you couldn't put in for leave for Christmas. So this was my year to put in for leave for Christmas. So my flight's supposed to leave at like 17:30. I have my bag packed. I'm going to change in the gym downstairs. And I'm going to leave straight from work. I'm supposed to technically get off at 1600. So 15:30 comes around. I start getting ready to shut everything and whatnot. She's like, oh, right when she sees me like starting to get ready, she's like, oh, Johnston, can you pull this up? This project I was working on, it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big thing. Hey, can you pull this stuff back up that you're working on? So I turn my computer on, I pull it up. 15:45 comes around. 15:50 comes around. I'm like, okay, Sergeant, I gotta start getting ready. Whoa, no. You gotta stay here. You gotta stay here till we got this done. I was like, okay. She ends up calling Warren over, which did not actually work in her favor. She calls Warren over, Chief, over to look at this thing, and Chief comes over and then looks like, Johnston, why are you here? I was like, we got this thing that we got to work on. We got the Finona wants, or fuck. Okay, I need to mark that time. Shrek wants shit. Sergeant Shrek wants me to look at this thing. He's like, aren't you on leave? I was like, yeah, as of like 10 minutes ago, I'm on leave. He's like, why are you still here? When's your flight? I said, 17:30. I was like, why are you still here? Like, Sergeant Shrek wants me here. He's like, no, leave. And Sergeant Shrek goes, well, no, we need him here. It's like, no, we don't. This isn't a priority. He can get to this when he gets back. Why are you trying to keep him here? Why are you trying to make him miss his flight? Whoa, blah, blah. It's like, no, Johnston, go. I leave. Get on my flight, whatever. She calls me like 3 times. Well, she texts me and tells me I need to update her every single step of the flight. So I need to, mess her. And I'm planning on ignoring this text. Like, no, I'm not going to update her because she wants me to update her the moment I get to security, update her the moment I check in. And I feel like this is because, like, now as an older person who knows it a bit more, I feel like Warrant, or like, I feel like Chief told her, you better make sure he makes his fucking flight. You better make sure he makes his fucking flight kind of thing. So I feel like Chief wanted that info because he realized that she was trying to screw me over. But she ends up calling me. I get to my gate, I get past security, and luckily, here's what I would do a lot of times when I knew I was gonna have a bad time at the flight. I would put on my Navy ball cap and grab my boot camp backpack and put that on my back. Because then, like, half the time, TSA would rush me through security. So that's what I did. I put on my Navy ball cap and had my boot camp backpack on, and I was rushing through, and like, and I was looking real panicky, and one of the TSA guys was like, hey, you in the military, son? I was like, yeah. He's like, here, come on, and walked me all the way to the front. Like, when's your flight? I was like, it's supposed to leave at 17:30. He's like, here, come on, and walks me all the way to the front, gets me through it. So that worked out pretty well for me. But I get to my gate, and I'm waiting there, and I had not responded to her texts. She calls me, yells at me, tells me, you need to respond to my text. You got me. I was like, oh, sorry, I got here super late. I was rushing through security. I didn't look at my phone. It's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. You need to update me when you get there. And now she is calling me and texting me constantly the entire time I'm on leave to ask me to make sure I'm alive, make sure whatever. And just being wholly fucking obnoxious because she tried to make me miss a flight. At one point, I had a medical appointment. My medical appointment because, and I'll tell you why I had this fucking medical appointment and why this pissed me off so much fucking more. I am at a very high risk for prostate cancer. I have a high risk for prostate cancer because of my genetics, for one. Like, a lot of the men in my family in my direct line have had prostate cancer, and because of some diseases and sicknesses that I got. I used to have frequent prostate infections and some other shit, put me at a very high risk for prostate cancer. I got a blood test done to see if I had a prostate infection or prostate cancer, and they're like, yeah, you need to see a specialist about this so that we can figure this out. So we're basically trying to figure out whether I had prostate cancer or something else. I got an appointment, was at 7:30 to go see a specialist, a civilian specialist. Very nice guy, very weird. Died a few years ago. But I have an appointment to go see the specialist. I tell her my appointment's at 7:30. The day before, I say, okay, I got this appointment. It's at 7:30. Muster was at 8. So I tell her, I got this appointment at 7:30. She's like, well, I need you to show up for muster. I was like, I can't show up for muster because muster's at 8. And this appointment's at 7:30. She's like, well, you need to show up early for muster. I was like, are you okay? I show up, like, the appointment's somewhere 30 minutes away. She's like, I'll be there at 7. So I'll make sure to show up at 7 so I could check you in, and you don't leave until I show up. I'm like, okay. The appointment is somewhere that is 30 minutes away in city traffic, so an hour away. She said she's going to show up at 7. I'm already going to be late. Even if I muster and leave immediately, I'm already going to be late. 7 o'clock comes around. She's not there. 7:50 rolls around. She's still not there. 7:20 rolls around. She's still not there. And I end up going to, like, the chief and the army captain and like, hey, I was told I had to muster, but, like, I have an appointment in 10 minutes and it's 30 minutes away. And she's not here for me to muster with yet. Which it wasn't even a real muster. It was just check in with her, which is, I guess, technically muster, whatever. It wasn't a formation or anything. And they're like, why are you still... Just go to your appointment, man. Like, we'll tell her that we told you to go to your appointment. Okay, thank you. I go to the appointment. I call them when I'm on the way there. I say, hey, whatever. I'm going to be late because my boss made me late. They're like, okay, it's fine. You can get here. But the fact that I told her I was going to get checked for prostate cancer and her decision was to try to make me late for that appointment because she's just a petty bitch is fucking insane. And then when I got back, she tried to act all nice, and probably because she got yelled at, tried to act all nice. Are you okay? You know, do they think it's prostate cancer? Do they think it's this? I'm like, well, they don't think it's prostate cancer, but I need to, like, for about a year or two there, every quarter I would get rechecked. So I'd get a prostate exam, I'd get my PSA levels rechecked, and I was just getting rechecked for prostate cancer. And she tried to make me late to, like, every single one of those appointments for the time that she was still under my control, or that I was still under her command. She tried to make me late for every single appointment I was ever at for the time I was under her chain of command. So she would do shit like that. Hold on. What do I have still? And here's the audacity. Constantly shit-talking my work. Constantly telling me how bad I was at my job and how nothing I did was good, how I sucked at everything. Ended up writing herself up for an award for work that I did. She wrote herself up for an award that was meant to be an award for the people doing the work, not the supervisors. Jumped chain to submit it so that it didn't go to the person above her who would immediately have sent it back and said, no, you can't write yourself up for this. turned it into the head, this was being granted by a civilian, which was actually an advantage for us because he was an SES, which meant he could give us a flag letter of commendation, which worth an advancement point. Turned it directly into that front office, who had no clue how the teams were structured, so didn't know that this wasn't an award she'd be writing herself up for. It was entirely work that I'd done, and she got the fucking award. She got the award for my work that she consistently told me was bad and poor and that I sucked. And that award would have been worth an advancement point. And that cycle, I did not advance by less than 1 point. I didn't advance by 0.48 points. So that would have pushed me past. But she stole that fucking award from me. And the only reason I found out, because I was at a training when the awards were being given out, was one of my bosses, one of the people that was in that administrative chain of command that I had things with, ended up texting me like, hey, you were the one that worked on this thing, or didn't text me, but like pulled me aside. One of my bosses pulled me aside, not bosses again, but like a girl that sat in that area and was kind of administratively a boss, but not technically a boss. Pulled me aside after I got back from training. It's like, hey, you worked on this, right? You're the one working on all this. You did this and this and this and this and this. I was like, yeah. Why? It's like, Shrek just wrote herself up for an award for it. Shrek just got an award for it. I was like, how did Shrek get an award for this? This is my work. She wrote herself up and submitted it past us chain of command, because she was one of the ones that it was supposed to be submitted to. She was one of the ones that was supposed to be submitted to get approved and moved on further. She never saw it. That entire block of people did not see it. It got submitted straight to that person. As I was fucking furious. I was so mad. And this was also work that she tried to directly tell me. Not only was this my work, and this was very, very important work. This was work. This is one of the things I'm more proud of in my career, because it was something that fucking saved lives. It was something that I did that directly had an impact on the world and saved fucking lives. That she directly told me that I was not to work on anymore. She kept telling me not to work. I wasn't supposed to work on it anymore, to the point where if I was at work and she saw me working on it, she would chew my ass out, and she would give me 1,000 other pieces of busy work. I told you not to work on this. I was like, well, Sergeant, I had some free time, so I figured I'd keep looking into this. I'd keep working on this. It's like, no, I told you not to work on that. You're not going to work on that anymore. It's like, okay, fine. So what I started doing was coming in an hour or two early and staying an hour or two late so I can work on this thing. Because I knew it was important. I knew that work was necessary, and that work, if it was not done, would get people killed, and if it was done, would potentially save lives. And she kept telling me to stop fucking working on it. And out of pure spite. Her reasoning was, at the time I was like 20, and I was an E4. I think by that point I was an E4. So her reasoning was that I didn't know what I was doing, I didn't know my job, and I was just making a mountain out of a molehill. Turns out, here's a little spoiler for you, I wasn't. I was incredibly right, and it ended up becoming a very big deal that I was right. Like, a lot of people got involved once they found out I was right. Once I was able to finally get this thing done and they found out that I was right. It became a very fucking big deal. So I would have to come in 2 hours early and stay 2 hours late so that I can work on this. But, like, in my mind, this needed to get done. This isn't something I could just be like, well, boss said I can't work on it, so I guess I'm just gonna let this risk stay out there and not be addressed because boss said I can't work on it. Coming in early, staying late every day, and like, if she saw me working on it at any point, chew me out, give me busy work, yell at me, threaten to write me up, all this different shit. Eventually. And this was kind of part of the start of me learning how to supersede your bosses and how to tell your bosses to go fuck themselves in the most politically correct way. Because normally, when I was staying late, now Chief, our warrant officer Chief, was always late. He always stayed late. He always got in early. We were usually at the gym at the same time, first thing in the morning, and we'd show up to work at the same time. And then he would always like stay late. Normally, when I was staying late and I needed to go to the bathroom, there was a route that I could take to go to the bathroom that no one in that area where Chief sat would see me. And I didn't do this because I didn't want them to see me. I did this because it was the quickest way to get to the bathroom. But there was another route to get to a different bathroom that would cross right in front of Chief's desk. And I knew Chief would ask why I was there 2 hours late. Because Chief was just not a micromanager, but got really interested in everything everyone was working on. Really good guy. I really liked him. Really respected him a lot as a chief, as a warrant officer. Fuck you, Roderick. So, one of these days I realized, oh wait, I know what to do. And when I get up, I make sure I'm there about an hour and a half late, so it'd be very obvious that I was staying late. And when I get up, I cross in front of his desk when I go to the bathroom. And he's like, "Hey Johnston, what are you doing here?" I was like, "Oh, well, I'm just kind of working on this thing, you know. Sergeant Shrek doesn't think it's a big deal, but you know, I figured I'd put some time into it and work on it a little bit and maybe check it out." I was like, "Hey Chief, what do you think about this?" So he's like, "Oh, show me." I take him over to my workspace. I show him what I'm working on. He's like, "Oh no, this is your priority. This is your priority now. I want you to work on this." I was like, "Well, you know, Sergeant Shrek told me not to work on it anymore. Told me I wasn't supposed to prioritize. I wasn't supposed to work on this anymore. Why does Sergeant Shrek not work on this?" Like, "Well, she doesn't think it's a big deal, blah, blah." Like, no, this is, you're working on this. Like, "Well, could you make sure Sergeant Shrek knows that you want me working on this?" He's like, "Yeah, I'll talk to her in the morning." I get into work. Sergeant Shrek shows up. When Sergeant Shrek gets there, I pull up what I was working on, the thing I was working on. I get out the thing I was working on. And Sergeant Shrek sees it, immediately starts drilling me. But Sergeant Shrek, once Sergeant Shrek had gotten there, Chief started getting up and walking towards me. Like, I could see him walking towards me. And immediately comes over and "Hey, Johnston, pull up that thing. Is that it?" It's like, "Pull up the thing you were showing me yesterday." I was like, he's like, "Is that it?" It's like, "Yes, it is." He's like, "Yeah, blah, blah, blah. You need to work on this." Like, Sergeant Shrek immediately goes, "Well, I don't think this is a big deal, Chief." It's like, "Well, I think it is. I think it's a very big deal." And if you don't know, chiefs, warrant officers in the Army are kind of like gods. So him saying it was a big deal means it was a big fucking deal. Still, now I can finally work on this thing at work. Now I can finally do this thing at work, and I'm being directly, like, approved by, you know, Warrant and all of them to work on this. The fuck? I'm being directly told by Warrant and everyone to work on this. But still, despite the fact that Chief wants me to work on this, and that entire group wants me to work on this, and now it is something that is being tracked by more people, that it needs to be done, she is going out of her way to make it as hard for me as possible to work on this without, at the very least, having to stay late to work on it. So every time I come in, "Hey, I start to work on it. Hey, there's all this other work you need to do. There's all this other work you need to do." It's like, "Well, Chief said this is a priority." Chief said this is a priority. "Well, no, well, you're going to do all this first." Like, "Well, Chief wants me to work on this, blah, blah," and basically forcing me that I would have to stay late to work on this, but give me a whole bunch of other busy work to do that didn't matter and could have been pawned off to anyone else. So I had to stay late to work on this. I would get, like, Chief coming over and being like, "Hey, where are you at on this? I haven't made any progress on this yet." "Why not?" It's like, "Well, I had other stuff to do." It's like, "No, this is your focus." Like, "Okay, whatever. Eventually it got to the point where how I finally kind of solved this problem with that chain of command, how I finally solved this problem was going up to the leadership, to that little cluster of Chief, our Master Sergeant, and our Army Captain, and saying, Sergeant Shrek. What I said is I went up to how I finally solved this. Sorry, I'm spacing a little bit. How I finally solved this and made it stop being that much of a problem for me was I went up to that cluster of leadership. I went up to Master Sergeant with Chief and Captain there, and said, "I am tired of having my work on this thing undermined. I am trying to follow," and I said it a little bit more respectfully this, but I said, "I'm trying to do this task that you told me is a priority. I am trying to handle," because I would go to them occasionally and say, like, "Hey, she's doing this stuff," like, "Okay, whatever," and kind of sweep it under the rug. "I'm trying to do this task that you gave me. Every single time I try to work on it, she gives me other work to do. She gives me busy work. She's making this progress slower. She's giving me less time to do it, and she's making it harder for me to do. I don't know why she is so hesitant to have me work on this. This is potentially a massive security issue, so I can only assume that she has other intentions for not wanting me to get this done, for not wanting me to finish this project. And I'm concerned that I will have to report her as a security risk because it is very suspicious that she will not let me work on this, that she is trying to stop me from working on this, and I think she might be a security risk." And they go, "Johnston, let us... I fully understand where you're coming from. I fully get what you're trying to say. Let us handle this." Because they don't want... If I report her, her clearance gets pulled for at least a temporary period of time. She gets moved from that shop, and it's going to be a while where they have someone, and it just looks bad on the entire fucking division. So they go handle her, and she finally stops fighting me on this. I finally get to finish this. But here's where the just desserts comes in. Because I didn't really trust them to handle her. Because at this point, any of the actual stuff, like as long as I was getting my job done, they didn't do a whole lot. And there's a lot I didn't tell them because I didn't want to be the guy that was constantly bitching. Like I didn't tell them as much about her demeaning me, but I did eventually tell them about her demeaning me and doing all this shit. I didn't trust them to handle this, so I went to my Navy chief, and Navy chiefs are just straight up gods. If there's any Navy chief that ends up watching this video, know that you are a god. Like, and like, Navy chiefs are seen as gods in the Navy. They are untouchable. They are powerful. They will push your shit in. I go to my Navy chief. And at this point, she still had me do push-ups. She still had me do a lot of shit. I go to my Navy chief. I say, "Chief, I love this chief. I love this chief to death. Some people had a problem with her because she talked a lot, but I loved her. You could not shit-talk this chief in front of me. To this day, if I meet someone that tries to shit-talk that chief to me, I'll push their fucking teeth down their throat because I love that chief." Because I go to her, I say, "Chief, I'm having this problem with my chain of command. I'm having this problem with my NCOIC. She's doing this, she's demeaning me every day. She's, stopping me from doing work. I think she's doing this, she's a problem. She's trying to force me to not follow Navy regulations. She's doing this. And you know what? I'm tired of fucking doing push-ups all the time." She's like, "She's making you do push-ups?" Like, "Yeah. Why?" It's like, "I don't fucking know, because she's bored, Chief, because she's bored." She's like, "Don't worry, Johnston, I'll handle it." Now, when I got up to go talk to her, I didn't say shit to talk to the chain of command, to talk to my chief. I didn't say shit to my sergeant. I just got up and walked away because I can't remember what she did, but it pissed me off that much. I just got up and walked away. When I come back, I go to sit down. Sergeant starts drilling into me like, "Where did you go? You need to tell me where you go. You need to tell me everywhere you're going. Why are you going somewhere not telling me? Blah, 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 blah." And drilling into me. And as I'm sitting, and I'm thinking Chief's going to handle this in a day or two. As she's drilling into me, I look over and I see Chief, who is like this 5'2" pregnant black woman, like just kind of waddling over with a fierce fucking look in her eye. Chief comes over while she's in the middle of yelling at me and says, "Excuse me, are you Johnston's NCOIC?" And she goes, "Yeah, why?" It's like, "I need to talk to you about him real quick." And Sergeant Shrek looks at me like, "What did I do? What did you do? Am I going to need to fuck you up more? Blah, blah, blah." They disappear for 20, 30 minutes. I don't know. Chief pulls her into a side office that's like down the hall. I see them going to the side office down the hall. When they come back, I see Chief walk over a little bit, notice me, look at me, and give me a look that says, I handled it. And I see Sergeant Shrek come over, tears streaming down her face. She is fucking weeping. Tears all down her face. Johnston, can I talk to you real quick? I said, sure. Pulls me into that same room. Johnston, I am so sorry. I did not mean to mistreat you like this. I didn't know what I was doing. I don't want anyone to ever think of me as a toxic boss, because I said like 17 times when I was talking to Chief about how tired I was of the toxic environment and blah, blah. I didn't want everyone to see me as like a toxic leader. I'm so sorry. Like, if you ever have any problem with me, you can come to me. Like, you don't have to go anywhere else. You can come to me. I'll handle it. I was like, oh, okay. It's like, if you have anything, like, I'm so sorry. Like, anything you have to say to me, you can say it to me. And the look Chief gave me was a very specific one. The look Chief gave me when she handed it over, when she looked at me and Shrek was coming to me, was a look of, I handled this. This is your one chance to say whatever the fuck you want, and she can't do anything about it. But at that time, I was still a much more compassionate person. And I had this sobbing woman in front of me, crying her ass off and apologizing. Crying her ass off and apologizing. And I could not bring myself to say all the things I wanted to say to her. But I would give any amount of money. I would give every fucking dime I have to have been a fly on the wall in that room when Chief was fucking destroying her. I would love that, because fuck that woman. And then what I also noticed when Chief was walking over to talk to me, one of the other things I noticed was Chief was over also. Or when Chief was walking over after Sergeant Shrek came to talk to me, Chief was sitting... What am I trying to say? When Sergeant Shrek and I walked... Okay. When Sergeant Shrek and I... One of the things I noticed was when Sergeant Shrek and I had walked to go into that office where she was bawling and apologizing to me, Chief was over talking to my big ball of leadership over there. Within like 2 or 3 days... Sergeant Shrek was removed from a leadership position. I had a new NCOIC. I actually had a Navy petty officer in charge of me for a little while. Sergeant Shrek was removed from a leadership position. The rest of that time I was at that command, she did not hold a leadership position. She was an E6. She was an E6 in the Army, and she had at least 2 years where she had been removed from a leadership position. That's not a good look. You don't get to advance after that. You do not get to advance after that. And as far as I know, because I would check in every once in a while. I would check in on her career every once in a while. Like, I don't have her on Facebook, but her Facebook was largely public. I would look her up. As far as I know, the rest of her career, she never made rank again. Because when you're an E6 and you're at that point, she would have been 13 years in. When you're 13 years in as an E6 and you get removed from a leadership position for 2 years, you don't get to make rank again. They're never going to put you in charge of people ever fucking again. So as far as I know, she ruined her career, and I helped make it happen. Because fuck you, Shrek. Fuck you. You massive piece of shit. I still think about... Like, I hold on to this a little bit too much. I recognize that. But I still think about messaging her, like adding her on Facebook or just shooting her a message on Facebook to tell her what a massive piece of shit I think she is. Because I fucking hate her. Also, here's a part of the story I almost forgot. Let's see. Let me see. She's divorced. Her and her husband got divorced. Fuck her. I met her husband. I liked her husband. Her husband was actually a nice guy. Her husband was super cool. I don't know how he stayed with her so fucking long. She moved her profile to private enough that I can't check anything. But none of her recent pictures look very military. So she might not be in the military anymore. To be fair, it's been long enough that she would have hit her 20-year mark and had to retire. Because if you hit 20 years as an E6, you don't get to you have to retire. You don't get to go on to. You hit higher tenure, so you don't get to go on and stay in the military anymore. So by now, she would have either been forced to retire or gotten out on her own accord. Yeah. Because before that, when I knew her, pretty much every picture she had on Facebook had some indication that she was still in the military. Like she'd either be in uniform or she'd be at a base or she'd be whatever. Someone clip what part? Because I have this all recording. I'm going to make a video out of this. But here's one of the fucked up things that she did. And this isn't even as fucked up. This is just telling about the type of person she is. My entire time in the military, I always showed up early, at least an hour early, and left. Usually, if I at the very least, I very rarely would I leave early. Most of the time, if I was offered a chance to leave early, especially once I got put into leadership positions, I'd let one of my guys go early, unless I had to go early. But my entire time in the military, I always showed up at least an hour early. Except for after a certain point, but I'll explain that when I talk about my second worst boss in a different stream. But I was always showing up an hour early. We get put on an exercise. Me and Sergeant Shrek get put on an exercise where we are going to be doing a day and night shift. So she chooses the day shift, I get the night shift. RHIP, I agree with that. Rank has its privileges. So I get the shittier night shift, she gets the day shift. Honestly, I fucking love night shift because the majority we're on an exercise, but we're still like in and around our workplace. So day shift people still oftentimes got hit up by their bosses and other people to work on other stuff. So their day was harder. They just got to keep a regular kind of sleep schedule. Night shift, it was just me and the other people doing the exercise. It was great. But the shifts are 12-hour shifts. And it's 4 to 16. So, or it's 4 to 16 and then 16 to 4. So I was supposed to come in at 1600 and get relieved at 400. Now, I would show up at 1500 because me and Sergeant Shrek agreed, yeah, we should probably have a 30-minute turnover time so that we could, whatever stuff we had to turn over. But I would show up at 1500 anyways because I'm always an hour early. One of the days, we agreed on a 30-minute turnover time. She would usually show up about 5 minutes beforehand, and take forever to get ready to go, so I was usually there 30 minutes late. I was usually there 30 minutes late because of that. One of the days, 400 rolls around. My partner, my teammate's relief already came in and relieved them, but Sergeant Shrek's not here to relieve me. So 400 rolls around. She's not there. Okay, whatever. She's probably a little bit late. 415 rolls around. Still not there. 430 rolls around. Still not there. We weren't allowed to have cell phones in our building. So I have to go outside, get on my cell phone, call her. Because I tried to call from the roster number, but the roster number was wrong. Call her. She picks up the phone. Why the fuck are you calling me? I say, Sergeant Shrek, it's 4:30. You were supposed to relieve me at 4. I just wanted to make sure you were safe and nothing was wrong. She's like, I'll be there soon. She ends up not getting there until about like 5:15, 5:30-ish. And She calls me when she's downstairs when she's getting into the building because we were on a higher floor of the building. She calls me when she's getting into the building and says, "Hey, you can. I'm heading upstairs right now. You can go ahead and leave." It's like, okay, cool. So I start packing up the rest of my shit because I had my gym bag and stuff. Because usually I'd hit the gym because we had a 24-hour gym. I start packing up my stuff. I get ready to go. I see her in the hallway on the way in, and she's like, "Oh, Johnson, by the way, you can go ahead and relieve me an hour late since I'm relieving you an hour late." I was like, "Bitch, I was already planning on doing that. But in my mind, relieving her an hour late is just relieving her on time because I always showed up early anyways. So mind you, I'm supposed to show up at 1600. That's the time for my shift. I show up at 15:55. Still technically on time, still not technically showing up the hour late that I was supposed, like she told me I could show up late. When I get in, one of the other staff sergeants, one I really, really liked, I'm going to call him Lurch. Staff Sergeant Lurch comes over and is like, "Hey, man, just so you know, she was talking massive shit about you." I was like, "Really?" I was like, "What was she saying?" He was like, "She was saying that you were showing up late and that you were leaving her late and you know, blah, 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 and just, you know, talking shit about you, saying you were, you know, screwing up." I was like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah, I asked her when you're supposed to show up, and she said 1600. You got here at 15:55. I was like, "Yeah." It's like, "Yeah, you weren't late. Like, by military standards, you weren't late, but you weren't late." I was like, "Uh-huh." I was like, and the audacity of her, I was like, "She relieved me an hour and a half late last night, or this morning. Like, I relieve her on time, and she told me I could show up late. I didn't even show up late." He's like, "Oh, she relieved you an hour and a half late during an exercise?" Like, "Yeah." It's like, I'll make note of that. He eventually went and talked to our superiors. Come to find out that she was kind of trying to complain. She was bitching to everyone around her that I was late. I was showing up late, and you know, how dare I be late to relieve her? Blah blah blah. And Sergeant Steck and Sergeant Lurch, was the one that was like, "When is he supposed to be here?" It's like, "Well, he's supposed to be here at 1600, but he always comes in early. He always comes in an hour early." He's like, "Then he's not late." It's like, "Well, yeah, but I'm used to him being early, so I was expecting to, you know, be home by now. He's like, "But he's not late. You're just used to him being early." It's like, "Well, yeah, but, you know, if he's going to be early all the time, then he should just be early. But he's not late, and you are trying to say that." That went back and forth for a while. This actually turned into, after getting, you know, told that she was wrong for me not being early, she actually tried to have my hours, because our schedule wasn't mandated by our NCOIC, it was mandated by the higher ups. She tried to force my schedule to change and was talking to me in front of a different sergeant first class saying, "Yeah, I need you to change your schedule to be from this time to this time instead," basically making it a 10-hour schedule. That got shut down immediately. She got immediately told, "No, you can't do that. You don't have the authority to do that, and we're not doing that because there's no fucking reason to." Yeah. Okay, that's the my worst boss story. That's how do you guys feel about that? Because I'm angry. Now I will have to go through. Let me see. I'll have to go through all of that to organize that. I don't know if I'm going to put that as one long video or several short ones. I don't know if that would be better as one super long video or a lot of short videos. Yeah, the fact that she basically ruined her damn career over this makes me very happy. I have other stories. Oh, I'm going to type now. Anderson, Thompson. I have other people that I were somewhat near as bad at bosses that I kind of want to tell stories about, but I'll tell those on another day. I have to end this around 6. How's work, love? What do you need? Yeah, why? It's not nothing to do with our relationship. We're fine. Yeah, but I mean, if the video, if it's a long video, might end up being an hour long because I don't know when I started this rant. And I don't know if people are going to want to listen to an hour video, especially because I don't have a large viewer count. So I feel like, I mean, I know personally when I see, like on YouTube, when I see an hour-long video by someone that has 400 subs and maybe 10 views on it, I'm probably not going to watch it. So I don't know if it would be better for me to trim this down into like 2 or 3 15-minute videos or however many like shorter like 15-minute videos, or it just have it as one long video. Yeah, well, the people that are cool and consistent, I know, but it's about getting the people that aren't already people who watch me watching this video kind of thing. Oh, I'll decide. I mean, also what I might end up doing is editing it down into smaller parts. Yeah, I might end up editing down into smaller parts, releasing those sequentially, and then at the end of that all, releasing them as all together, kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking might be good, because then it'll be easier to get the new people in that might not want to watch an hour-long video from someone they don't know. But also, if people want to rewatch at any point, or if people do want to watch the whole thing, they'll watch a very long one. Yeah. You know, okay, I'm going to teach you how to do this. Why don't you want to learn how to open a can? Oh yeah, you sliced your finger. You sliced your whole ass finger off one time. She has an entirely fake finger she stole from a corpse. A doctor didn't give it to her. She just stole it from a corpse because she sliced it off opening a can of beans. Can of beans. You want a cookie? You want a brownie? I want a brownie. No, they're too bad. They're beans. It's super not. Oh. Why are you cooking an entire can of beans? Cooking part of bean? You're eating an entire can of beans? We need to go to the store later and get you. No, I'm good, thank you. I got my noodles. I don't want to just eat beans. I fart enough as it is. When I get the CSV file for this, it's going to just be like 2 long breaks between shit. Why aren't you cooking an entire can of beans? My camera's not working? Okay. Yeah, no, I think the smart way to do it might be to do it as in like 15-minute increments. Like, so if it's an hour trimmed down, because a lot of times the longer a video is, a larger portion of it tends to get trimmed down. So when I do, that was a big ass fart. When I do a like the malicious compliance video, I think is 10 minutes. Let me see. The malicious compliance video is 9 minutes, but the original like chunk of it was about 20. So I cut out a large portion of it, either because there's me stuttering or me like just there's parts of it that aren't really content of any sort. Or just like me oh, I have to go do something, or me getting distracted by the game for a second. So, like, say it cuts down to, if it cuts down to a hour-long video of actual content, then that will be 4 15-minute videos. And then once those 4 15-minute videos are out, I will, I'll release the whole version of it. Yeah, that might be the smart way to do it, is have them separated into the individual parts of it. I'll have to figure out exactly how I want to organize it. But then the cool thing about that, too, is it'll get a lot of different videos out of that one video with their own individual levels of engagement. Randy? Randy, are you still here? I did not plan to I did not plan for that to take that long to talk about. I truly did not think it was going to take that long. But apparently I got into it a little bit. Right. So releasing all 5 videos at once could actually hurt me from an analytics standpoint. One, YouTube has shadow banned me before because I released like 10 videos in one day. There are 10 shorts in one day, but I got a shadow ban around the time the 3rd or 4th video came out. And then since they won't all get seen like equally at the same time around distribution, it could end up making them suffer. Should have named it Affiliate Anniversary Bad Boss Storytime. I was going to name it Lore Dump, but I forgot. The Adventures of Sergeant Shithead. Emergency care, I had to get 3 stitches. Might sound not that bad, but I have to keep my leg elevated not only for swelling, but because it might reopen from blood pressure. You still didn't tell us what you did. You just said it was something stupid. A shadow ban is when they limit your content so that you won't get views. People won't see it. Like, your actual impressions will lower, so they won't show your video to anyone. Even your subscribers will not see the video pop up on their feed, but they don't actually issue you a ban. So they shadow ban you for stuff that they don't like, but is not necessarily, like, bad, like, not necessarily wrong. So, for instance, posting a lot of views in a row, or posting a lot of videos in a very short succession can get you shadow banned because they think you're a bot or something like that. Certain words, certain phrases, certain types of content will get you potentially shadow banned. But they don't actually issue you a ban, and they don't tell you that it happened. The only way you can kind of figure it out is if all of a sudden your views drop or your impressions drop very highly. So you can look in your analytics and see how many impressions you got. And if you're getting no impressions for a video type or video time or whatever that you would normally get a lot for, look what you posted there and look what you posted previously, and one of those things might get you shadow banned. And then the moment you delete that piece of content, even though they don't tell you what piece of content it is or why, the moment you delete it, all of a sudden you start getting your views back. Oh, I was trying to run and jump over a concrete bench. You know how that went. Yeah, you fucked up. Here, show me. Is that the spider that's outside the house? I really like it. Good. I'm happy for you. Hey, Des, come here. HGTV wants you to know that my shirt that you're wearing and have worn more than me, even though you didn't even go to that concert with me, he thinks it's cool. Yeah, I'd imagine your bones hurt. You jumped on a concrete bench and then didn't land. We'll go to the store after shit today. I know, but she wants her wet food. She went from being homeless and feral to being a spoiled bitch. You could just do a video explaining YouTube to people. I'm not nearly good enough at that. Like, I don't know enough about it to feel like confident explaining how analytics and shit works, but I do occasionally drop like a short that explains concepts when I figure them out. So I'll do that from time to time. Yep. I'm checking something. What? So here's my feelings on stealing. In general, I think stealing is wrong. Because you're basically, like, if you were to steal a TV from Walmart, I think that is wrong. Because you are not entitled to that. The only thing that I think human beings are at least somewhat entitled to from the government is basic safety and water and food. That said, well, I think stealing is wrong no matter where it comes from. Like, whether you steal from a person or a corporation, if you're stealing food, that is perfectly 100% understandable. It's the same thing as saying murder is wrong, but if you're murdering someone because they are hurting someone you love, that might be justifiable. So stealing as a whole is wrong, whether it's from corporation or not. Stealing from a person, like breaking into someone's house and stealing stuff, I think is incredibly wrong, because stealing is a selfish crime. It's entirely self-motivated. It's saying, I want you to not have something so that I can have it. And if you broke into someone's house and stole a bunch of shit from their house because you wanted the money, you wanted that stuff, yeah, you might not have directly physically hurt that person, but you ruined their sense of safety for the rest of their life. They will no longer be able to feel safe in the world to the same degree that they did before, because someone managed to break into their home. And that is something they're going to have to live with. They're never going to feel safe in that house again. And they'll probably never feel safe in any of their other houses again, because they know that someone could easily get in there. And they might need to steal more than you. Touche. They are entitled to their taxes and work put in value. And how much they don't allow you to do, like smoke weed in your own home and go across. Yeah. So like, I think a lot of... There's a big problem with people feeling entitled to stuff that I disagree with. I feel like there's very few things I feel like people are entitled to as a whole And like the main thing I feel like people should feel entitled to is a basic sense of safety, food, and shelter. But I also think you have to contribute. Like you have to contribute to society to get that. To get that from society, to get that benefit from society, you have to be contributing to society in some way. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted to do. That was way too many. 272. More like I didn't get to jump over it because my shin hit the table part. Yeah. Food, shelter, and what you earn, basically, yeah. Food, shelter, safety, contribute to some... And I get that some people have disabilities, some people have things that prevent them from contributing. But if you are a reasonably okay person, at the very least, earn your keep. You don't get to just do nothing. Oh my god. I'm gonna... That actually is currently a podcast topic. Is Randy still online? Let me see something real quick. Yeah, Randy's still online. What is my next step? What do I want to do next? I need to think of a good thumbnail idea for the boss story. Okay. Uh-huh.
It's have the caption. Thanks.
No. No.
Anything I do,
I don't think that has anything to do with the boss.
I think it would attract.
It might, but no. I love you. Rare hurts, so I'm going to go, like, move, actually be able to feel my posterior. Yeah, I'm only going to be on for a little bit longer because I have stuff I got to do. Who's online?
To have.
See you, Sven. We are. But actually, yeah, with that, I might just go ahead and end stream because I gotta go get ready for something. But I appreciate you all. It was fun. I finally told that story, so you guys can't be mad at me anymore. And goodbye. See you next time.